I need to find... excuse me. I need to find... Just drinking back. Hey! There we go. Fearless Watto, friend! Coming in, coming in. There we go. I just woke up feeling this, so I got a fancy-ass coffee. We're gonna go to a fancy-ass coffee shop and talk with the dead. So, Greyjoy, Sparrow, Fearless, Watto, friends, coming in, coming in. How are you all doing? I am happy to report that every last trace of yesterday's chunky-ass hangover has dissipated onto the four winds, which makes me very happy. Oh boy, yesterday was a challenge. How are you all doing, friends? Nom Nom Fighter, Watto! Going in, going in. We've got Necrobarista chained up. How you all doing, friends? Game news is calm, but there's a fair wedge to talk about, which is kind of nice. Well, I tell you what. Let me pause the smooth jams and give you a few bars of my regular voice, and then you can ascertain whether or not it sounds like it's a complete and utter disaster. We can certainly go from there, friends. Is it coming through weird? Ah, it's going to be one of those days. Sounds odd. Interesting. Like a really low quality TeamSpeak. Lovely, lovely. Well, adding an extra challenge to the day. Bear with me all a second. I'll have a potter around. So I'll keep doing a banter while checking on this one. So friends, if you want to go grab yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea, just make sure it's all coming through as it's supposed to. And whilst doing that, we'll do a little bit of nonsense. Ah. There we go. Fixed it, didn't I? What are we chatting about? And Toku Watto! Oh, don't worry about it. Toku was saying that they keep missing streams. Oh! I mean, you're under no obligation to be here, but it's lovely to have you with. And what did we do this week? We had Death Stranding on Tuesday. Yesterday was another run through one of the Blackwell games, which I was a bit late for, but mostly due to a raging hangover. And today, friends, finally got hands-on with a copy of Necrobarista to show you. I've been eyeballing this game for years, and whether or not like the visual novel style or the kind of like that call it a visual novel is very redactive, which is like reductive but with more black lines. This is definitely a game that I am looking forward to showing you because it does a lot with very little. Combination of, good shaders, overlays, and some very, very clever use of, I guess, typography, camera angles, all sorts of things. Make it much more of a snappy experience than we get from a lot of similar titles. And I do want you to consider comparing this one to Coffee Talk, which was the pixely kind of graphic novel, but you make coffee game we did earlier in the year? Last year? Time travel, man. It's in my head. Sorry, give my sway. Wraith Watto! Edelman Watto, friends! Coming in. lurgies. So while everybody's filtering in, the one I've been using to kind of stir the pot a little bit is No More Robots posting that they made $5 million in revenue last year as an indie publishing setup, and that makes me smile. I posted that just, I guess, as a counter response to the whole indie publishing is dead articles that Tiny Build and Pete are putting out earlier. I'm just here as a demonstrable example of indie publishing success. It's real good. Actually, so Nom Nom, that is an excellent question. I believe it's 5 million gross, but I'd have to have another look-see. No additional info, but I'll do a little dig into it. Oh, it's going to be a day of puns, isn't it? I don't know why I'm shocked by that. Ehrman with... I would have thought a bartender would be a more likely service profession for a necromancer. You know, someone who really knows spirits. Kisa Watto! Alright, so who hasn't got a problem? Hello. Kisa, J Post, Watto, friends! Come on in, come on in. Aaron Feathers, Watto. Yeah, last night, Salem was hosting like a little teeny tiny watch party. Salem's on who now? Well, Salem and I were chatting and Salem was setting up a watch party, so we moved it over, well, a sync tube of just music tunes. We moved it over to the Longship and we all just ended up staying up, laughing and being silly buggers until far too late in the evening. And I'm really starting to get this feel of like Longshippers. What's the best way to describe it? Like, Longship genuinely is like a spaceship. I've been using the spaceship theory to kind of help with like mental health during lockdown, and it does me the world of good. Like, everyone's finding their own coping mechanism. But that, for some weird reason, felt the most sci-fi. Like a little flotilla of Longship individuals hanging out, sharing tunes, being silly. It was good fun. And Aaron Watto! Alright, who's not got a proper hello from me? Graphite, Gaked, Watto friends, Watto. XD Johnny XP, Watto friend! Coming in, coming in. Like, Valen, did you not get one? Or are you trying to wrangle additional hellos out of me? Whoa.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Long time no watch. Hello.
Well, while that is indeed the case, it is lovely to have with Calvin Poe. Watto friends! Coming in, coming in. For those asking what our shenanigans adventures today might be, today we're going to drink fancy coffee and hang out with the fancy undead, Necrobarista. Oh god, hello. Okay, indie musicians being here when I need them to be down here. Joe Watto! Secret. Do I get a Gundam fact though? You do. Oh, I was hella hungover. However, I mean, while a Gundam fact is a valid thing, what if it wasn't a Gundam fact? What if it was in fact a live glowing torso? Actually, hang on. Let me kill the light so you can see it. I'm still working on my RX-78 build, but check it out. He sees you. His eyes glow with the power of anime and other things. That was very fiddly, and the fact that I managed to achieve that yesterday with a hangover is one of my great success stories. Okay, anime and LED. If I can get... Oh, hello? Yes, I was told there would be parsley.
Every barista is a necrobarista if 3 orders come in early enough on a Monday.
Well, I mean, if there's one profession, aside from necromancy, that is responsible for raising the dead, I think it is barista. Calvin Poe, I don't know why I default to Strong Bad for so many voices, but the idea of a Homestar Runner X Gundam crossover makes me smile. So how are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbards? As I was saying, there's lots of little things to talk about games industry-wise, and none of it's on fire, which is lovely. So far, Animal Crossing has been the most talked about game on Twitter this year. It beat out last year's Fate Grand Order. Like the big 5 being, and this is in order, so Animal Crossing, Fate Grand Order, Final Fantasy, which is a little bit unfair because I think that counts all Final Fantasy branded stuff, not any specific title. There we go. Disney Twisted Wonderland, and of course Fortnite. And Favors is saying, since they have been a barista, it is true that we are both undead and raising the dead. I mean, it's just a nice little thing to see that Animal Crossing's kind of conversational staying power has carried. Though I do wonder how much of that is people playing the stalk market. Because I've seen some shenanigans trolling and people have bust on each other. So you remember earlier in the week we started talking about how Bloomberg did an expose on Blizzard employees not getting paid enough. It is reported that they aren't forming a union as such, but Blizzard employees are going to be forming a cabal of sorts to negotiate for better pay for all workers at Blizzard, which would make it one of the, by my understanding, would make it the largest recorded action of this kind so far in the games industry, which is very cool. I mean, it's Actor Blizzard. They can afford to pay people a living wage. Oh, well, actually, Keith is saying Fall Guys should be on top. Yo. For, I believe it was reported for launch day, Fall Guys had 1.5 million concurrent users across platforms. I need to check through on the numbers on that one because I don't know if that stat was just through Steam Play or through Steam and PS4, but yeah. Also, Fall Guys is launching on PlayStation as part of a PS Plus free thing, so sheer number of users doesn't equate number of sales, but it's a lot of beans either way. But actually, secretly, Robin, customer service and QA will be a larger portion of the group negotiating for better pay from Blizzard. So, yeah. Oh, and Nom Nom, well, and I guess Keith already knows it, but if you want to talk Fate Grand Order, Katros is my go-to person at the moment for Mobley games. But I'm still trying to finish Azure Lane. my fleet of waifus tearing through naval battle after naval battle. It's just the right amount of stupid with semi-decent controls. Actually plays fun. Raid saying, but if Activision pay all their employees a living wage, how will Bobby Kotick afford another 5 solid gold marmosets? Well, he's in trouble at the moment. Because he has been giving himself big fat chunky bonuses, whilst Activision had a really bad fiscal year last year. So, you know, we will probably never hear of it, but he definitely got smacked upside the head fiscally. Oh, so Keys is stuck on. Oh, Sin Alice. I haven't started Sin Alice. Fate Grand Order, Scalia Lost, Epic 7 have no shame for my mobile gaming hell. That's all good. Friends, sometimes learning to let go of our biases is the hardest thing, especially when it comes to game platforms and genres. And I'm not saying y'all should go out and build a fleet of anime waifu boats, and I don't want to paper over the problematic elements of some of the visual aspects of those titles, but there are some really fresh and interesting stuff in that mobile sphere, and it's not something that we should out and out ignore. So Kisa, there's no apologies necessary in that space. I don't have a lot of attention. I can, outside of hanging out with you lot and getting stuff done, I don't have a lot of hours in the day. So I've got anime waifu boats. I was playing the Gundam Battler, which was real good, but I kind of got to the end game of that one and just didn't fancy the grind. I got my little Barbatus custom up to top level before they upped the level cap, and I was like, you know what? I'm happy with this. Finished the story. I've got my cool robot. I'm good. What was the other one? Oh, Epic Games is now that glows with the power of anime and coffee. I'm very impressed by this. Once again, I'm doing the strongman voice. Not entirely sure how we're going to do that. I'm not sorry. Kestrel's like, whoa! I mean, it should be with you in 2 to 3 business days. I mean, Kestrel, like, I sent it. I sent it business mail. What, old friend? Oh, so how are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbers? Today we are going to be playing Necrobarista. A fascinating title, if only for how it treads similar. It treads a similar pattern to games like Coffee Talk, Valhalla, etc. However, it does so in such a drastically different visual style that I really think it's worth having a look at. Even if Coffee Talk doesn't end up being the kind of game that, you know, we want to spend a whole day on, maybe we just spend a couple hours having a look at it. Absolutely need to have a view on it, because it's a great example of how to make a very, very static kind of format very engaging from a visual standpoint. Lots of little tricks you can do. And there's a lot to unpack here. And Aperios is proposing the long shipper mode. I mean, that is something that I would like to have, but that is 3 slots for a very, very, very limited amount of setups. And as one of the few things that I'd want to get a purple tick for is get a couple more emote slots so that I can share with you lovely folks a few more silly ideas and more guaranteed transcodes. Oh, Kestrel getting a new rig. Oh, that's fucking rad. Stud nugget. What do you mean there's a nugget on my head? I worry about talking too much because my head moves a lot when I'm nattering on.
She's fine.
She's just potting her way up there. Have a good time. Oh yeah, and J-Post, River's got the shark. I've actually, with the amount of chewy sharks that River has, basically trained her as a shark defense dog. It's great. Yeah, River's got it. And secretly, Robin, I'm kind of against like BTTV and stuff like that. Anything that separates our lovely group of people into those that do and do not have. I'm kind of, it's not my style, you know. A little bit more stable with the boogies. Oh, Dismick says, Rimmer behind y'all has given me life. I'm glad. I'm real glad, y'all. Whisper me your secrets, Nugget. She is, it's lovely. Oh, J-Post. Give me the bits, y'all. It's right enough. That's his little Cleona if you haven't met her. She is the loudest of the nuggets. So thank you. Okie dokie loggies. What was I doing? So I did one whole good. Okie dokie luggers. Right. I've done a thing over there. Oh yeah, the other thing that I wanted to mention, so there's a bunch of stuff up on the Epic Store today. So if any of you wanted to try Wilmot's Warehouse, that's free on Epic right now. It's a real good game, but just be prepared to lose a lot of time to it. However, then there's this thing. Coming out of nowhere is a sort of... I want to say like evocative of kind of like the Telltale reimagining of some of the LucasArts stuff is a title called 3 out of 10, which I despise the description, but is being put forward as a sitcom game set in a terrible game dev studio. And they put out the first episode free today, and one, I'm amazed I hadn't heard about this until it dropped. Two, I'd usually be very dismissive of this format, like the idea of doing like a video game based on video game development. Very few of those end up being good. But after Mythic Quest, and considering how much further we've come in terms of our understanding of like video game creation, like, it could be good. Or it could be a massive trash fire that causes me to drink an entire bottle of gin, like... Or it could be good and cause me to drink an entire bottle of gin, like Mythic Quest, so... I don't know. It was just something very curious that popped across my feed. Because, like, we've had games like Game Dev Tycoon and things like that. But when you actually stop and think about how many games there are about making games, very few of them are good. So it's a 3 out of 5. Well, the joke being that their game dev studio has a live... Sorry, big girl. River's just like, oh, hello. You're right. It's okay. Their studio has a live Metacritic calculator that calculates what their out of 10 score will be based on figures. And I believe the first episode is getting the game from 2 out of 10 to 3 out of 10. And it also says Remnant's going to be next week's free game. Yeah. I am saying they usually go the autobiographical routes like the Magic Circle, Hex. Yup. Ray says it sounds similar to Elo Hell, only focusing on Deadside this time around. Yeah. I mean, mechanically it seems very similar to Elo Hell, like lots of little mini games to kind of engage you in the tasks specifically, but with a kind of like an episodic sitcom format. Episodic's usually very, very risky as a maneuver. Maybe not as much as it used to be, but it's certainly... So yeah. God, where is my mind at? Sorry. I completely went off into the space ether there. But yeah, games up on Epic at the moment. Wilmot's Warehouse. There are far worse ways to dissipate an afternoon. But I do find it interesting that Remnant from the Ashes is dropping. Because all I can imagine is that Epic is paying a lot of money for these titles to go onto their free rotation. Because the thing about Wilmot's Warehouse... Wait, no, didn't Remnant get DLC? Hang on, let me have a quick check. I was about to be like, because I don't understand why Remnant would want to give itself away as a free title, because it's a $40 setup. And XGJP says Total War Saga is free for the first 24 hours on the 13th. That is a good point. And they have confirmed that it's going to be everybody that picks it up, right? Ah, yes, here we go. So, Remnant does have paid DLC for the Swamps of Corsus. So... Well, so basically, friends, if something like if something like a game like Remnant from the Ashes stops selling, what you can do is do like a drastic discount or even a free giveaway when you have full price DLC to back it up. So the idea being is you get a bunch of people engaged in the game, you give the core game away for free, but encourage or incentivize people to pick up the DLC. So you make a $10 sale on the DLC where you wouldn't have made otherwise by bringing people into the title. And then if Epic is paying you to give the game away for free on top, then you're onto a winner. And they're releasing another paid DLC soon. Now, a lot of the kind of like the core strategy games have a lot of like post-release content and DLC. So, like Total War Saga being given away for free is not a dumb idea for like a limited time. Mainly because like Total War games have a really, really long tail. So, well, I guess strategy games do in general. So what I mean is that the strategy games don't sell 5 million copies on day one, but they keep selling day in, day out, the whole year round. So giving it away free to your most engaged on day one is not a terrible idea, because it's not that much of a hit. It's still not necessarily a maneuver I would have gone with, but again, if Epic are paying for it, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. And, oh, I'm not sorry. I'm not even sorry. Hey! Team Toadhouse, what-ho, friends? Come on in, come on in. How are you doing, yo? Yes, as Maya Composer yells the battle cry, across the fields we are under raid. I wish to mobilize a full force of Vikings. Got a bit silly. I've had a lot of coffee. Like, I woke up craving a whole big old proper people coffee. And let me tell you, did not disappoint. So, oh, and to Thunderbird Paints, thank you kindly for the follow. To those of you who've just joined us, we were just nattering a little bit about, like, games industry stuff. Like, Epic's now worth 17 billion. Blizzard kind of semi-unionizing. Not really, but their workforce is banding together to get better pay. And Animal Crossing was the most chatted about game this year. Makes me real happy. And friends...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, nom nom. Thank you for the host. So friends, if you have the opportunity, do throw a follow to Team Toadhouse, because I've definitely been indulging in the little, like, the chill book hour. That's been something that's been real good. Now, admittedly, I've just been putting that on and I've been building Gundams at the same time, but it's just... like an enforced hour of chilling the heck out. You wouldn't think that would be something that would be so necessary during a time where we have nothing but free time. But let me tell you, it's real easy to get pulled all over the place with no commute, with no barrier between here and the thing. So just having some enforced downtime, it's real good, yo. It's real good. So I do recommend giving Team Toadhouse a follow. And for Team Toadhouse's crew, your timing is exceptional. Because today we're going to be playing Necrobarista, which is a gorgeous looking title. Now, I haven't had a chance to tear into it, so I can't comment on the caliber of the game, though I don't have any reason to believe it's bad. But the reason why I'm so excited to look into this one is because it does so many weird and different and interesting things visually in a genre which is usually very, very clearly defined. And I think at very least going through this is going to give a lot of people a lot of interesting ideas. You know what I mean? So yeah, Team Toadhouse and crew, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Iodimp, that is a very good point. Like, Total War's pricing model, well, and Paradox and things like that is you have, like, you know, you have I will say core price point value. It's usually like $40, not quite the $60 premium. And then there's a lot of post-release content. The reason why that's the case with a lot of those titles is that people play and replay those campaigns a lot over the course of a whole year. Same with things like Civilization and stuff like that. People will play multiple campaigns. So, like, the addition of content after the fact is a lot of what the user base wants. And if it's paid content, that means your team can keep working on it so long as it keeps selling. Right. Oh, let me just quickly belt out a tweet, and then we're going to get into games. So, Team Toadhouse and crew, if you need to grab yourself another cup of tea or things, before we pop on over to a coffee shop run by a necromancer, you've got time. You've got time. Spell today, friends. I do not know how why any of you lot put up with me. Oh yeah, and Team Toadhouse, we were also chatting a little bit about wait, what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about why companies get involved in things like free giveaways on Epic and stuff like that. Alleged Watto! Watto! Kesh was like, more coffee? I think I might need more coffee. I think that might be a thing that happens today. Although, what I will say is, Necrobarista does remind me of why, please, 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 put good, nice quality GIFs in press kits. Sorry, sometimes I click on a press kit link and it's like, oh cool, do you want to download a gig's worth of feckin' assets? I'm like, no, just take me to the feckin' page! sorry. So actually, Team Toadhouse, where are my feckin' manners? How was your show? What were you lot up to? I should have asked that when you all came in. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the press kit to load up. So Team Toadhouse is doing good. Playing more Wintermoor's Tactics Club, almost finished. Almost. Lovely. You'll have to tell me your thoughts and feels on that one when it's cleared. It's the game that never ends. Oh, and to Kisa, the reason why some of those press kits ended up getting so bloated is they leave on in like the high quality cut of the trailer, like all the screenshots end up being like 100 meg. Like this particular one has like 20, 30 high quality screenshots, which is nice, but I just want their title one. Why you gotta do me like this? The sad thing is also, whenever the best place to get assets for a game is on one of the shifty pirate sites, that always makes me so sad. Like, you go for a Google image search and it's like, name of game, and then it pops up with, oh, there's a really nice high quality image. Where's that from? Oh, it's from downloadthisgameforfree.com. I'm like, come on. Cheek of it all. Cheek of it all. There we go. It's what's fascinating about that was that that particular developer was a little bit grumpy because PC Gamer put up an article about them, but they used out-of-date assets in their pack. And I can understand the frustration. Like, you know, you go to a lot of effort to change and improve a game, and then journos use the wrong assets when uploading it. It's like, come on! But honestly, friends, I was trying to load up the press kit there while talking to you. I just gave up. I just gave up. And to Justair, or Justair, please forgive me if I mispronounced that, was saying there's certain abandonwares that I can't get any other way. Well, I've talked about this a lot, and abandonware is a strange one. Because without abandonware sites, I never would have gotten to play System Shock 2, and other games that... Oh, it's Jester. I can't get their name. Don't worry. I wouldn't have been able to play those titles if I hadn't had access to abandonware sites. And friends, if you're unfamiliar, abandonware is a shorthand for video games that no longer exist in a manner where you can either like purchase them or download them via any means. So usually situations where publishers have gone under or companies have gone under with no backup. I mean, it's not as bad now because, you know, digital distribution makes it real easy to keep selling a game, even if the company goes under. But like back in the day, if no one was left operating to sell a game, it just dissipated. System Shock and the Looking Glass stuff is a good example because Looking Glass went very bankrupt. And I think all their stuff defaulted to an insurance company. The reason we got System Shock was because Night Dive, which was formed just to get the rights to System Shock so they could do a re-release, dug it out of basically legal nonsense heck. But there's a lot of games that sit in that bizarre, like, not quite dead, not quite alive. And at some point, you know, hopefully those titles and IPs will get picked up again, get re-released. Someone will do all the legal mumbo jumbo to bring them up out of resurrection. But it's an interesting one because it's, if we're being technically honest, it is piracy. But it's in a manner where we, as consumers, wouldn't be able to acquire these titles. And especially with stuff like System Shock, which is a huge part of our gaming heritage, like it's real difficult. As Salem says, it amuses them when companies officially abandon stuff. Happened with Activision with their niche favorite Netstorm Islands of War. Like, yo. So Earl was saying there's a Twitch person they follow who's partnered with GOG, who gets miffed they mention abandonware in his channel, so he's in the such thing as abandonware. Well, I mean, there are so many IPs and projects and games that are just in a weird legal limbo with nowhere to go. And I mean, you all know I'm staunchly against piracy because it's not. It directly harms developers, and I've seen piracy wipe out entire studios. So many lost. But in a situation where we cannot acquire these titles because of, the companies that put them out no longer exist, the IPs are lost to the four winds. What should we do? Like, at what point is it essentially preservation rather than, than intellectual theft and piracy? I mean, I think we might need to get the Night Dive crew back on the show to discuss that fully, because a lot of the titles which I sought out from abandonware sites have since been re-released by Night Dive after they've managed to do all the legal nonsense. So Nom Nom says it's the same as so-called orphaned works in other media. Nom Nom, it is very different for us because we're reliant on the physicalities of certain kinds of hardware, even when it comes to PC. Like, when was the last time you actually used like a CD-ROM drive to load up a game, right? There needs to be a certain amount of preservation to continue to run old software on newer hardware. I mean, I'm constantly reminded of good old MechWarrior 3, which I cannot get running on modern systems. Last time I actually managed to get it to boot and get in-game, it ran so fast that when I just pushed forward on the on the control pad, my mech went so far forward and then exploded because it was so far out of bounds like that. As it was explained to me, MechWarrior 3 was designed to use as much of your system as possible, and now with modern computing systems, it can use a lot more than the engine can handle. So, just to say, in the pet example was a bonkers RTS called Power World. They own a legitimate copy but cannot run on modern systems. My only hope is an abandonware site that will someday hack it into operability. Yeah, or that companies like Night Dive will find it, pick it up, re-release it. One of mine was called Tanktix, which was an RTS of tanks. Why is it being weird? Which was an RTS of tanks, where you build different tank turrets and stack them on top of each other. The resource is sheep, and you put them on little treadmills to generate power. Oh, and Night Valen said they tried playing System Shock 1 once. The game couldn't run because the CPU was too fast.
Who wants to sing?
Thank you, Fiona! Fiona's giving me a host. Now, this does get into some strange territory because I don't want to bring in emulation into this, because emulation and ROMs is a sticky topic. It's a sticky topic. I'd like to keep it to abandonware at least for the beginning of the conversation, because ROMs and emulation does exist in a strange space. Oh, and Bismarck, Watto! Well, and Fearless, and I don't mean this as a diss, but like, I mean, games. It's about what the user experiences. It's not about building lasting hardware. And if you're able to find a hack around that gets the game up and running and looking gorgeous, so what if it doesn't work in 3 or 4 years, right? It's about that. It's about that launch, especially with old big box PC games. All right, caffeine, pack well. We're about to start serving some coffees to zombies. So, good luck with packing, yo. And this isn't the last time we're going to chat to you before we kick off, right? Me before coffee. Quite possibly caffeine. Quite possibly. Now, what has been really nice is that the Internet Archives now have a ton of old games that have lapsed in terms of copyright and whatnot. So there's a good jillion MS-DOS box titles that you can play up there, which is different from Abandonware as an element. I guess the thing that I am making a very, very long-winded point on is that there's a certain nuance to this that doesn't really exist in other spaces. Like, a book's a book. The language behind it might change, but that's an event that takes hundreds of years, not tens of years. Whereas, you know, there are games that came out 15 years ago we can't play right now. There are companies that existed and disappeared into a blink of an eye, and the elements left that would run those things, you know, slowly fade out of existence. It's something that a lot of people have talked about, is the preservation of games in the same manner that we might preserve the same way that we preserve other art mediums. But to do that requires, like, so many different pieces of equipment, hardware. When it starts getting into PC games, like, how do you maintain systems and rigs that can still run old, like, retro type stuff? Not to jump too far in the future, but as Iron Leon's, like, raises a silent fist for Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, yep, that's gone. PT, that's gone. And while these are more recent examples, like, friends, how do you as a person play Scott Pilgrim vs. the World? It's a really good brawler. I mean, basically, either acquire hardware that still has it installed, which you'd only be able to do via third party. That is to say, like, there's no way you can give money to the developers of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. The only way you'd be able to acquire it semi-legally is buying it from another person who has it installed. Do you know what I mean? Huantua? God, I'm so sorry, I butchered that one. But it says, Let's Plays help here by recording the experience in video. That is very true. It's not... These elements aren't completely lost. However, there's this fascinating thing in games where a large proportion of the art and craft of a game comes through experiencing it. The easiest shorthand is... not The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. What Became of Edith Finch? Like, you can observe that game and you can understand it, but to physically play it yourself is to get the true nuggets out of it. So... we might get to this point where you would need to try and understand the experience of playing a game just by observing it. That's kind of fascinating. Like, the idea that in the same way that artists try and interpret the methods used to create art by simply observing. You know, so like when they... Okay, that sounds really dumb as a statement, but you know how when they'll do x-rays and scans of classical Renaissance paintings to find like the process underneath of how it was painted over and the different attempts and things like that. Like, trying to ascertain what the experience of playing a game is like by observing it, like, fucking yo. Oh, Calvin Post sent the game off is one they haven't been able to find. Did that get pulled? Because I was pretty... Wait, we're talking about the French, like, precursor to Undertale's super indie game, right? With that feckin' catchy as heck fight music, right? Oh, MDH has pointed out that the one Abandonware game they played is the Magic the Gathering game on the DOS. Oh yeah, that was the one that was like Pokemon CCG, like walking around actually challenging people to proper Magic battles and stuff, right? Yeah, salt and pepper steak. Well, so CMC, this is why I think this is a very nuanced and sticky topic, because I am very glad that emulation exists. And technically, you as a user are allowed to emulate, make copies of your cartridges due to like old copyright loopholes in a time where we had no idea where the internet was going to come in and how things were going to change. But the reason why I didn't want to bring in emulation is because emulation is very good at preserving these titles, but also keeps them as valuable assets. See, the thing is, trying to resurrect an old PC game is very, very difficult. Like a title that is expecting you to have like a dedicated sound card. Your sound card works perfectly. To emulate a development environment, to emulate a PC environment is very, very difficult, and then get software working on it. Emulating a Neo Geo is not too difficult. Okay, emulating anything that's PlayStation's a pain in the ass. And the Saturn is very, very tricky, but these are problems that can be solved. And once those problems are solved, then you basically have a valuable back catalogue of games. Nintendo has made a business model of maintaining the value of their IPs, and being able to emulate and re-release old Nintendo titles has been an incredibly valuable business practice for them. So anything that came from kind of the 8 or 16-bit era, emulation in that respect is very easy. Anything that basically came from cartridge media, piece of cake to emulate, right? So that means that you, as a publisher or a title, you basically have this easy win in your back pocket. Because, I mean, not these days, because I'm a lot more let's stay fiscally sensible. But back when I was making some bank, you know what? I'd buy an emulated version of a title that I could play on my Switch just to make my life easier, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, CMC, that's a really good point. Getting Windows 95 to XP stuff running now is very, very tricky. What stings a whole bunch is I've actually got a copy of Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza behind, because I wanted to show people a really, really good example of adaptation of media and how you can do cool stuff in games. Could I get that working? Nah. Like, we basically did a show trying to get the game working. Alrighty. I realised that as soon as the coffee kicked in and the Bantermancy started spinning up, that I was still talking... What in the sweet heck is going on there? Sorry, we just got into a very strange... Oh, allegedly talking about the Die Hard arcade game. The Die Hard arcade game, that's a completely different kettle of monkeys. Sorry, so Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza is a hardcore FPS where you play as John McClane, but not Bruce Willis. They're very specific about that. And you fight terrorists in... throughout Nakatomi Plaza, on... The other flip side is Die Hard Arcade, which was a Sega-produced brawler where John McClane and his female partner punch and kick their way up every floor of the Nakatomi Tower. And this includes fighting a sea of henchmen, armed guards, mechanical death robots, you know, standard stuff. But not to be confused with Die Hard Trilogy, which was the 3 games where one was a light gun game and one was a driving game. God, those were impossible. Yeah, sorry, here's getting into the weird. Right, let's get this game started before I bore you lovely, lovely people to tears. CMC says have to give it to him. GOG are good at getting some old stuff to work. They are, but their staunch no DRM does mean that there's a certain amount of devaluing by releasing on GOG. Because like we're talking about, you know, the difference between like abandonware and piracy. Once it's up on GOG, there is a background radiation of piracy that's going to go through it. So, like, there's no value in... I know I keep picking on Nintendo. It's just, they're the best, like, they're the easiest example to follow of. Like, Nintendo releasing any titles on GOG would demonstrably damage their brand value, like, in the future. But that's another story. And Aperios, I do remember Bruce Willis starring in the video game Apocalypse because we rented it, and it was very mediocre. Alright. Alright, tweet is deployed. Should probably tell a few people we're live. And then let's jump on into the game because I do want to show you all this. I've been looking forward to this one for a feckin' age. Really gonna do this. Sorry, bear with me a second. Oh! Why am I a feckless idiot today? I stand by my prior statement. I do not know why any of you lot put up with me. But jumping back, Calvin, like renting games.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey,
Weapons
dumb
online.
rocks!
All systems nominal.
You feckin' ledge.
Renewed my cult membership for another month.
It's not a cult, Dom. Dom, it's not a cult. So CMC, piracy is a lot bigger than we see because it happens a lot in, not like in large territories that. Large territories where English is taught as a second language, there's a lot of piracy in those regions. I mean, yes, the old convenience of path is ideal. Like, the idea that users will pay for a game if it's easier for them to buy it than pirate it. Now, it's very difficult to remove piracy entirely from a title unless it's like a games as service model. But it does have a big impact. But, sorry. Let's get into the game. And we can continue bantering left, right, and centre. So I'm not just boring you all to tears with my nonsense. Alright. So, without further ado, let's get into Necrobarista. But also, Dom Rocks, thank you for 22 months, you fucking legend, yo. Like, why... Dom, why you would put up with me for 22 months, I don't know. Usually that's the kind of thing people get paid for. There we go. Oh! Very loud. Sorry, friends. How's that? Whew! Sorry about that. I'll wait now. Oh, that's kind of cool. Give us a little Lorium Epsom. So you can see how quickly the text is coming out. You are going to have to deal with my, with my chatting, but I'll do my best. I apologise if the text is a wee small to read for stream, but the outline text makes it quite impossible for my dyslexic ass to read. That's on me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, Nom Nom, it's one of those things I just wanted to highlight that it isn't that the text is vomit-inducingly small. It's because we have it here on stream, and I stream at 720 because we have a lot of people around the world who don't have wonderful connections. So, oh, actually, but I do want to jump back because Justice says, I would humbly submit that brand value is never diminished by having access to previous titles within the brand unless the brand holder is trying to suppress them. I agree, and I apologize if my point was a little bit muddled. I meant that if there is a DRM-free version of your title, the value of releasing that title again in the future deteriorates. Like, I don't... Even the bad games in a series, like, limiting people's access to them's never harmed future sales. And just I keep saying just air, and just I mean, definitely on the Metal Gear series, the fact that Konami hasn't gone out their way to port their back catalogue, and I'm talking like OG Metal Gear, like the feckin' Game Boy version, the fact that the Metal Gear HD collection was released on 360, making it very, very easy to port to PC. The fact they haven't done that is, what's the biz dev term? I mean, that's money on the table. Like, right now, friends, if I want to show you Metal Gear Solid 3, we've got to do old school console, hook up. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. But if we were able to access those games on PC, it would make my life infinitely easier. And I'm certainly not streaming a PSP game. There's an exercise in futility and agony right there.
Captain on the bridge.
Hey!
Oh hey, 22 months, or like they say in my hometown, the 2 ducks.
Wait, 2 ducks? How'd you get 2 ducks? But, Navalis, thank you kindly, yo. 22 months. 22 months of tier 3 as well. That's a lot. Faye was like, try streaming DS and 3DS games. No, and you can't make me. Oh, fresh nightmare. And Jester makes a good point that there are situations where a DRM-free version of a title has improved brand awareness overall. I often feel like more times than not that's the case that proves the rule.
DID, you know that Santa was a necromancer once, and bruised 2 boys back from the dead, after being murdered. Also, Merry Christmas.
Sorry. Thank you kindly for the 200 bits. I have no idea what you were talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Right, let's go serve some coffee, shall we? This one's probably going to have a lot of reading, so give it my best. And I apologise for mispronunciations and misreadings. Well, so Favor 6, this isn't the game that had the Orc Last. That was Coffee Talk. This is its own special beast. I've been eyeballing this game for like 2 years since it started popping up at PAXs. But I think it's time to let the game speak for itself. We can just nap here. They thought of a faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrades who came not again. They lifted their glasses and sadly they said, "We drink to the name of the mate who is dead." Henry Lawson. Oh, it's so bloody damp down here. I know we're in a cellar, but I don't suppose you could have like a window we could open or anything. Yeah, we've got a vent over there. It leads outside somewhere. Maddie, can you open it up? Some fresh air coming through. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's got a dumpster or something sitting on top of it right now. Besides, I'm busy. Just grin and bear it. Hop chop. Is it wet? I have not. Alright. Can we get this over with? We've done this before, old man. You know it takes a while to set up. Calm your farm. Okay, that is a turn of phrase. I do not appreciate your tone. I'm sorry. Get some more lights on, maybe? All the crap you've got scattered around the place. I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Oh. This seems legit. Oh, Raven Peng was asking, is this the cafe you go to after drinking Death Wish coffee? I mean, it is if you drink enough of it, my friend. Okay, thank you. You're more organised than last time, I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey! Oh, wow, sorry. That was unrelated to this. That was genuine tea burps there. I apologise. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Calm your farm, soothe your ranch, alleviate your acreage. See, Ehrman, we're just swimming in good turns of phrase here. Jay? Alright. The first question is which of these characters is gonna end up with the terrible, terrible Glaswegian voice? We know it's coming. I can't help it. So far, it's looking like to be this guy. What's up, little P? Ha! Found your chair. Ah, thank you. So, this whole thing, surely it's not legal, yeah? Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate, it's not just bureaucracy. Shush you! Most rules can be bent, after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. As I'm sure you've realised. Hey! I give her all the credit. Favourite things like now, give a little pleated voice. This one, like, hey, better give her the credit. I'm working on it. Bah! Is this related to her gambling for time? My Jester, cyborg handle glove. Welcome to the new game. So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now. Yes. Small scale though, small scale. Doing on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it though. For good reason? What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess up with you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. Now, what would you even call this sort of magic then? Question's irrelevant. Question's irrelevant. Because it's bad. Badass? I call it badass. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. Yeah, I call it advanced caffeination. But, looking past all the smoke and mirrors and fancy names, you can just call it... Yeah, Jester, I reckon you're right with Cyborg Hand. Necromancy! Yay! See, friends, for all intents and purposes, that scene was mechanically the same as a visual novel. All I had to do was push enter to progress the story along. There wasn't anything additional. However, two things that are worth your note there, beyond just the use of 3D, rather than the kind of like the static 2D that we're used to. Anytime I move the mouse, it shifts the FOV ever so slightly, and every time it moved from scene to scene or from face to face or element to element, there was a certain amount of slow drift that could also be affected by mouse movement, giving it a grounding. And I know this all seems like very, very simple, very basic kind of stuff, but it's like, yo. Like the bouncy text in Slay the Spire. Oh, you tried desperately to remember what that meant. I missed that last bit. Necromancy. I don't desperately try to remember anything. I'm dead and loving it. Yeah, Jester, it keeps it interactive, but the progression is only at its most... Oh. Oh, wants me to do a click. Oh! Excuse me? No! That is not okay. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are a wizard, Hardy. Perios, no. I don't want to know anything about Bug Snacks. Bug Snacks will kill us all. I know, that game's probably going to be very fun, but there's some serious body horror there. Why does no one else see this? Ooh. I didn't realise we actually got to run around in this. Probably should have spent more time playing the demo rather than talking everyone's ear off. Good old follow the light. Oh, okay. Sadlin's with me on the fact that bug snacks will kill us all. Oh, and Jester, this game does permit inverted mouse controls. Actually, let's see if it's got pad support so I don't make everybody feel motion sick. Because I came here expecting this to be a straight up visual novel with some elements. I didn't realise we could actually walk around and stuff. It's a fucking game changer, that. There we go. Much better. In a rainy Melbourne back alley, there's a coffee shop. Ah, well, Jester, so we have done Alien Isolation. I didn't work on Alien Isolation directly, but I was at CA while it was in development. So, that was a fascinating project to watch evolve, let me tell you. And it's one of those fancy places. Alright. Terminal House Rules. Terminal House Rules. Maddie's Rules. 1. We welcome both the living and the dead patrons. Will be served in order... Hang on. Okay, here we go. Maddie's Rules. Favor, I say this with love. Are you asking me if I have streamed Amnesia or if I've played it? Sorry, I keep thinking about the letter because the letter is an exceptional visual novel and is one of the better examples of doing like horror in a very, very linear format. But it's a 40-hour visual novel, and I don't think that's something that people would want to observe, so I haven't come up with a way to get through that one yet. Alright, so Maddie's Rules. 1. We welcome both the living and the dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. 2. Don't ask who's alive. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. 3. The dead have 24 hours. Strictly enforced. 24 hours and 5 minutes is not 24 hours. 4. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Stop asking. Yes, there's no cell reception. Ether and radio signals don't play nice together. 5. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or spiritual rift if we don't know about it. 6. Don't feed the Illidolians. Eldolodians. Don't feed them, whatever they're called. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Eldorados. Alright. Does anyone fancy a cuppa? Sarnies. Continue. Yeah? Dear friends, if I haven't mentioned it, I am very dyslexic, and when it comes to getting through titles like this, sometimes I'll just take first pass at pronunciation. I have lived a lifetime with it. Kimball, you absolute terror. How are you doing, friend? Oh, and Calvin, I do nay worry. I find it entertaining when people are trying to correct pronunciations when we're going through it, because I appreciate the sentiment, dear friends, but if it comes up enough times, we'll give it a pass, but if it is a singular throwaway... Oh, well, Kimball, I'm sorry you had a roller coaster of a day, and I'm glad you got through it. But you did post Greg's photos, you genuine criminal. Why you gotta do me like this? Have I not been a good friend? Oh, Jester, and I know that sentiment wholeheartedly. As someone who grew up old weeb, reading a lot of different pronunciations for different Japanese terms and whatnot, especially playing a lot of like JRPGs with, especially ones that have like anglicized versions of like German and Japanese names combined. It's August. I don't have to worry about Krampus, Saint Nick, or anyone else. But thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, Kimball, you right. Grumble, 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 grumble. Yeah, Jester. And then when I finally started going to like conventions and stuff, people will get really snooty about mispronunciations. I got no time for that. I mean, I live in a whole country that can't pronounce aluminium correctly, so you know what you gonna do? Make a coffee. Mine's like, what about Australian Krampus? Well, Australian Krampus comes in their summer, which is still December. He just doesn't wear as much on top because it's very warm.
Merry Christmas.
Kimball, no! You fucking terror. So, how are you doing, Kimball? We just started Necrobarista. And this game is very, very pretty. Favor 6, I know they can't spell colour. The Terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Australia, 3053. Excerpts from online reviews. Just as a quick aside, friends, myself, I know Fiona was definitely with us. I believe it was myself, Fiona, the Man-Eating Sock, and C222. I think Baron, but I don't. It gets a little hazy. We all went to a hidden tiki bar last time we were all together at TwitchCon, and it had one of the best quirky features. So not only do you have to like ask to get in. Talking about the tiki bar we went to.
Oh, TwitchCon?
Yeah.
Yes.
But one of the quirkiest little features is that in the bathroom, they have someone doing a formal reading of their
It's
one-star
multiple voices. It's multiple.
of 1-star Yelp reviews in the toilet, and it's so good.
So
Like this smooth review voice being yes. And when I received my snacks, they were overly salted and showed up 15 minutes late. Frankly, 1 star Yelp.
Frankly, if I could give less than 1 star, I would.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite ones. If I could give less than 1 star, and I'm like, but you gave 1. You could have given none.
Oh. Oh, Kimball says the bar in Newcastle looks like the room in this game. Lovely. I mean, we all have our weird little Like, you know, if I suddenly had a crap load of money, and I guess mine's kind of changed because, like, not to sound like too much of a fucking cheeseball, I genuinely love doing this with you lot. I think if I suddenly came into a windfall of money, I'd just keep doing this. But my old thing used to be if I somehow mystically ended up with a crap load of money, I'd open the tiniest bar. I mean, like the tiniest bar, like this kind of aesthetic, but it's just 5 seats. That's it. Oh, Monaco. God. Oh, sorry, Monaco. Watto and welcome. I've never got to go to Smuggler's Cove. I've been to all the other tiki bars. Smuggler's Cove's the piratey one that has like indoor rain, right? Because I've been to the one close to the convention center, which has the bowel-shattering volcano explosion. God, I think that happens when you order a certain drink. And I was at the it was the company that owns Rooster Teeth and a bunch of others were hosting, and people kept ordering it. It's a wonderful little evening. Sorry. But Monaco, I'm missing GDC. Like, the gig and hanging out with people here is a nice happen, but... CMC says there's a local brewery here that has like a 6-stall bar. Get pretty cozy. Well, yeah, I like the idea of just having a teeny tiny... Fiona, why? Sorry. I love the idea of having a teeny tiny bar, like 6 little seats, like real adorable, this kind of aesthetic, where it's more about just having conversations with people and helping them get very drunk. And Monaco says it's further away, but it's a really nice theme and water features. I've heard about it, Monaco, so many times, but yeah, it usually involves a cab ride and, well, not that you need me to tell you this. My GDCs are very, very busy. I tend to stack my parties 3 times deep. Because you have like 2, you usually have like 1 mixer, 1 industry party where you got to make friends and shake hands, and then you have 1 party at the end where you go to drink and recover from the day. Sailors of Smuggler's Cove was a good time to be sure. Had to convince several co-workers they didn't want to order Navy strength drinks at the project. Wheeler Dealer, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave my establishment. We practice necromancy here, and yet we do not speak of the bug snacks. And thank you for the 100 bits. How are you doing, yo? Oh yeah, Monaco, that one party better have food. Especially since I went super indie. However, a very good friend of mine has a penchant for Super Duper Burger, so usually I end up lining my stomach pretty heavy. Super Duper Burger is genuinely good. That's another story. Okay, some excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese, but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I am very self-conscious about my top hat now. God, this game is a treat. Alleged says, question, would Lord Bonio come to this cafe? It's a coffee shop that serves the undead. He'd have like one of those loyalty cards. Hello! Lord Bonio requires espresso! So Reflective, I haven't read that particular title. I must say I'm not the best read of individuals. Again, dyslexic means slow read, so I am not as... Oh, and to Mike Prasad, Watto and welcome. We're just reading some 1-star reviews of this particular necromantic coffee shop. Observed little girl running around the cafe with a knife. Unsupervised. It's a knife? Can't have that. Dangerous. It's educational. What if she hurts herself? It will be a very important lesson. Came down with a deep sense of envy after visiting. Oh, that I'm getting an error not found. Mike Prasad says nice. Also DM'd you a sponsorship. Thank you kindly. I will give that another good look. But thank you for thinking of me, yo. I apologize. The last one completely fizzled. I have been a mixed bag. I usually pride myself on being much more on the ball when it comes to professional type things, but fucking 2020, man. But Mike, have you seen this title? Because it is beautiful. Nom you heckin' terror. You know what? I couldn't even hazard a guess. Ennui, existential man, that's it. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about the burnt taste of the coffee. Satan's like, isn't it weird how today's date is the 159th of March? It is. Kymble, I've got to roll out the Scottish accent proper. The coffee's some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste buds. This is so good. Oh, door closes. See, it was really interesting because I got a message from Floydo about this game being real good. And I've just realised that it uses very, very little to no animation, being Floydo's main discipline. Oh, she glanced up at the person who just walked in. Didn't seem to quite ready to approach the counter. Hey! You can eat me! You can eat! What? You can see me. Yeah. Clear as day. Oh, it's a Neoshido. Watto. I think our main necromancer might have to take the Glaswegian voice, because you can't use mate like that and not expect me to do it. Oh, and Mike, hopefully you have a wonderful rest of your day. And if I get to chat to you at one of the GDC after bars this week, I will definitely blep you once I've had a look, friend. Well, and yet Fearless, that's the thing. Fearless was saying, I was just about to say, it strikes me this is a game developed by a team that includes a very skilled character and a skilled character modeler, but doesn't include a full-time animator. Yeah, I mean sometimes you hire the team you want, and sometimes you work with the team you get. You gonna order something? It's actually saying it like, all right, yeah, no. And I know it's meant to be an Australian accent, but sorry, Glasgow's calling. I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was listening to me. I don't know how I ended up here. I think you'll find it was the front door. He chuckled nervously and took a deep breath. Right. Where am I?
Let's see if Geraint can read this. Barista being like fucking weak top hat game lol.
Well, apparently our Welsh AI doesn't read, I'm gonna guess Mandarin. And Nom Nom, thank you for the $2, yo. This dearly departed is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed? Alright, don't be giving me that look after I said someone was dead. They say our coffee's to die for. I will say though, like, this is very much giving me that every frame a painting vibe. because of the control they have over our camera, they are using it to the greatest of effect. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. It's not like you're the first disheveled, disorderly dude to drop on in. I started dead, dude. What does everyone else ask? Well, they generally start with that one. Ha! Shit. And they always say that. Glares in dead. And then there's the embarrassed silence. Alright. Get it. You always this mean to everyone who comes through? Or just the pitiful ones like me? Are you just the pitiful ones? I guess that's consistent. I always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Nah, I'm just kidding. No, I promise you're right. I'm a feckin' sad sack. I don't even know how I died. I bet it was pitiful and meaningless. Just like everything else about me. I'm never gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. I'm stuck like this. I mean, come on there. And I'm sitting on the cafe for dead people, falling apart in front of a barista. Pull yourself together, my dude. He blinked and slowly came back to Earth. No breakdowns in the calf, please. I promise, man. You're a queen. I know how it is. Are you? What? No. But I've had 100 people let you walk through the door. So I'm just averagely messy. I can't even do that right. Okay, son. You have 24 hours left on this plane before you have to move on to the next place. I don't even think you want to spend them being one big long existential panic attack. Look, 24 hours? Oh, shite. What I'm saying is, everything's gonna be okay. Just take some deep breaths. Sort this out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't be a fuss. It's not like I've anything else to be doing. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? I'm kind of a burden. You know. Chin up me. Let me tell you about this place. It's pretty cool. So first, I wandered around here 4 years ago. Iron Imp's like, you're swinging more Edinburgh than Glaswegian, but it's fun. I mean, you've obviously heard the joke. I lived in Edinburgh for 10 years, and all I got was an English accent. Edinburgh accent is London. And that's how long you got before you got to move on. 24 hours. "24 hours to find out who killed you." That'd probably be a good detective movie, right? Race against time. Hey. Yes, but what's the point if you got to move onwards at the end anyway? It kind of strips it of meaning, doesn't it? I don't even know if you're gonna care once you get to the next place. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a nihilist or anything, but a constant buzzkill. Yeah, I guess the pressure sounds like a lot. Honestly, I'm still wrapping my head around all of this. And to go good, we don't actually know anything about this character other than that she was involved in doing some necromancy at the start, and apparently takes for feckin' ever to pour an espresso. I'm being snarky. Seems a bit outlandish, doesn't it? That's the word. I guess it'd be disappointing if you found out you just died quietly in your sleep or something. Aye. Most people don't die from being murdered. It's mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. Lawnmowers. Well, they call them accidents, but really loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. That said, Wait. Hold on. You can't just drop that like it's nothing. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades tends to attract them. Garden equipment, garbage disposals, blenders. They're a right pain in the ass. Gotta exercise the blender at least once a month. That's wild. Wait. So, I don't even know if it's weird to ask, but... Oh, sorry, I'm just weird to ask, but is everyone in here dead? Yeah. You said it was you said it was a cafe for dead people. Does that mean everyone? Or just some of these people are really into ghost camps? ... That might be an oversimplification. Not everyone in here is dead. But this is one of the only stopping points between here and there. So we get a lot of your type. That's why the rent is so high. Because these vampires are on the place, no, we get a lot of foot traffic. Are you literal vampires? No, just baby boomers with lots of money. The only kind of vampire you genuinely have to worry about. Wow, game. I didn't realise we were going to go there. Same thing, I guess. So, to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of the 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on the way to the next place. How can you tell? Once you've worked here for a while, you get a sort of a sixth sense about this kind of thing. Hey, Team Toadhouse, welcome back. Oh, gotcha. Speaking of sixth senses, you got one for trouble. You have 2 sixth senses. I've got to remember that one. Sorry, friends. I didn't mean to pause for a second there. I was checking what they got on the menu. $5 for a booch. Oh man, $5.50 for a cold drip. Some bacon. Oh, $4.50 for a large regular.
But are they glittery vampires?
I mean, every vampire is a glittery vampire if you try hard enough, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and the soundtrack of this is fucking rad. Steak sarnie is $12. Which is bacon. Oh, okay. Wait, bacon's an extra $4.50. What? These breakfast prices are ridiculous. Sorry, where were we? Hello. Ashley. Ashley was a young girl who'd adopted Maddie and Shay a couple of years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. She was ferociously smart and a budding genius, but still a kid nonetheless. Today she smelled strongly of motor oil. Her right arm was coated with it. Maddie knew she'd have to help her clean off the joint later. She wore a look on her face that said, "I'm an invincible genius." She was mostly right about that one. Oh, and Vanderbeest, head of household, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Maddie hated it. Honey, I know that look. Spit it out. Hey, are we fit? Sorry, I can't do it. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What you need this time? I'm dealing with the customer here. I'm not really needing any attention. I am dealing with a customer. I'm trying to decide what to do for the kid. I'm tempted to go all doop-de-doo, apples and pears. I need someone to hold the joint for me while I screw something in. Don't you have any clams? We got a bunch for your birthday last month. But they're being all used for other important things. Well, they were not. I'm pretty sure I saw the upstairs one about 10 minutes ago. Oh, I need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. But please. Feckin' yo. Again, friends, the thing to take into consideration here is how much is being achieved with very little work. Like, it looks visually very dramatic, but again, like, this has the barest amount of animation, and a lot of this is just set up scene, move camera. Like, heck, I did this for black and white back in the day. And yeah, the camera work is exceptional. But friends, when I talk about camera work and the way in which this is framed, I do mean in the sense of like, it's a camera setup in games is an entirely different process than in cinematography. It's a very different process. So I want to acknowledge how good the camera work is, but I don't want that attributed to being very much a cinematography copy pasta. Does that make sense? I guess I'm trying to say like credit where credit's due. Wow, I nearly belched again. Oh, I need more coffee. Yeah, game cameras live on splines. And if this is your first time hearing the term splines, there we go. Right, here's like that. Hey, I could probably... Please. I could. So he's like, I could... Ashley, you gotta let us work. We're not gonna get anything done if we keep going upstairs to hold screwdrivers and confiscate steak knives. Ashley's pout was legendary, but over time, Maddie had grown immune to it. Hey, no dice. Ugh. The difficult part here is I'm losing track of who's saying what thing. So I apologise that the inconsistencies. So what about Che? Oh, what about Che? He can help me. He's in the kitchen, emptying the dishwasher. You know, a dishwasher that you were meant to empty an hour ago. It's really no trouble. Hey! Why did I take this guy? Doesn't seem like he has anything to do. He's dead. Hey, come on. Ashley, I don't have the energy to argue with you. I'm sure he just wants to relax. Dying takes a lot out of you. Also, manners. God, we talked about this shit. You gotta be more respectful in front of the customers. Also, do take note of some of the additional effects on certain text for emphasis. It's one of those little details that has a big impact, but isn't always immediately visible. Please. I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything better to do. And I'm super dead. Like, super dead. Cool with it. It's me. Kashan. LT3 Dave. What-ho! Do you fancy a cuppa? We just got to the coffee bar. Dying does take a lot out of you. So LT3 Dave. What-ho and welcome! You bring yourself raids. But Team Toadhouse already attempted to breach our defenses. I'm 2 axes deep today! How are you doing, friend? What are we playing? Tell me your tales. Tell me your tales. Night Valen, I already had 1 coffee so far today, so I'm just at 2 axes. 1 coffee, 2 axes, and a partridge in a pear tree. More on that story at 11. And LT3 Dave, I am doing very well. How are you doing? Alleged, have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Take care, take care. Yeah, LT3 Dave, what were you playing? How was your afternoon? Wrapped up Resi 2, second character. Oh, starting Alien Isolation. Yes. Well, LT3, if I don't see you, Dave, on Saturday, do have a wonderful birthday. I'll just say so right now. But Alien Isolation. You are in for a treat. Oh, actually, that was a good point. Marshall, did you manage to find a link for the soundtrack to this? Because people seem to be real curious about it. The kind was like, I know, right? Are you sure? I could just send it back upstairs. But I promise, it's fine. Just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Come on, Pia. We've got work to do. But yeah, now, Dave, sorry, I meant to ask. When you say wrapped up on Resident Evil 2, did you wrap up on the remake that came out, well, I say recently, like last couple years? Or one of like the OG variants. I mean, they both have their charms, certainly. Deep down, Maddie knew that she wasn't giving Ashley enough attention, and that was causing her to act out.
Can I get you a cup of cute?
I would love a cup of cute. 1 cup of nugget. Would anyone care for a cup of nugget?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Greyjoy, thank you for gifting a sub there.
Cup of cute?
She seems real happy in there. 1 cup of nugget. Night Valen would like 10.
Cup of nugget?
Yeah. You're doing good, little one. You're doing good.
It won't be long that I had to find the biggest coffee cup we have.
I mean, that means she's growing, which is good. 'Cause we were worried about her when she came to join us.
You're doing good. Is a cup of cute?
I just
for the coffee show.
I like that it's the as I suspected all along. I suspected I was right all along.
Cup of nugget.
Cup of nugget. Can I offer you a cup of nugget in these trying times?
Cup of nugget. All right. Cleona's very upset.
Yeah. Because now Cleona has a friend, she has gotten very protective over little Anya. And anytime Anya comes out for a little adventure to hang out with us, you can hear the squeaking in the other room of Cleona being like, "Bring back my friend!" Chester's like, "Wait, I come back to find this stream with the strangest of beverages." Kymble will take 5. Night Valen's after 10. Alright, so I need 15, and we need 15 nuggets. Now, one of the things we're hoping to do is just get like a general nugget stream going. Just as a little something during the day, you know. Well, we considered just a general nugget can, but I haven't found a really good solution. And honestly, just getting a little like nugget adventure stream going, it's not a bad idea, you know. Oh, she felt guilty as hell about it, but at the same time, she didn't think she'd be able to solve that particular problem anytime soon. For both their sakes, she had to work on keeping the cafe afloat, even if that meant that Ashley would be required to deal with stuff on her own for a little while. She knew she was being callous. Her internal monologue was doing a very good job of whispering cruel nothings in her quiet moments. But even then, she had to truly wonder if there wasn't... You know, I reckon this place needs more plants. God damn it, G! Don't you sneak up on me like that, you bastard. What's on your mind, Maddie? I was drifting off. Did I look like I was thinking witty thoughts? Extremely. Hey, it's nothing important. Don't really call me Watto, friend. Oh, it's just me resting bitch face. It's different this time. How so? Right now, your expression reminds me of the time you challenged that samurai cosplayer with fist fight. You mean the one who barged in, waving his gift sword katana around and demanding satisfaction after I told him I wouldn't put 15 shots in his coffee? That's a weirdly specific expression to refer to. That's what you look like. The natural reaction of someone who's just been threatened with thousandfold Nippon steel. You don't have to reenact it. Memory's precise enough where I can picture it clearly. And to righto, thank you kindly for the follow. Also, sorry, let me jump back just very quickly. Gilmar Greyjoy, thank you for gifting a sub to, I just want to say, Juantois. That was very kind of you. I wanted to yell in thank yous, but we had a tiny cup of nugget. And while Anya is doing way better, I'm nervous around the little nug because I don't want to yell too much and give her a heart attack or something. Yes, I know that's a ridiculous statement to say, but there we go. A sort of a deep disgust mixed with a tinge of pity and a touch of derision. Ha! Hit me. What a mood. God, this game just gets it. And sorry, thank you for grabbing the cup of nuggets clip. You're right. Real talk. I'm fine. Is this an actually I'm fine, or more of a I'm having trouble processing and or expressing my feelings, and we're like a conversation to move on to move into a different direction fine? It's the lad. Ferrio. Offer's still open if you like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry. Can I grab you that tea towel? My hands are wet. Oh, yeah, here you go. So, did you have a feeling like just doing the dishes by hand, or because when I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier? Oh, and Tomere Watto. In terms of protag, that is a very complicated question at this point. I couldn't tell you if we are playing as the dead bloke that just walked in, or if we're already at the point of just being like a disembodied observer of the elements of this game. The only time we've been in direct control was where we were a patron walking into this place, but during that time it wasn't really clearly designated who we were. So short answer, Dunny no. Long answer, make a coffee, you're probably gonna need it. No, it's busted. Door latch broke, so we have to get someone to fix it. I don't want to make Ashley wash them by hand anyway. Her arm will get rusty. So, I did it. No problem. It makes sense. And whoever it was that had robot hand on their predictions card, congratulations, 5 points to your house. Just like, is that a cravat? Is there a barista wearing a cravat? I couldn't tell you. So anyway, we're going to have to organise repair, unless you want to let Ashley give it a shot. I'll make the call myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline there? Well, yeah. It's an ancient technology. You can transmit sound through a physical cable. An elegant tool from a more civilized age. As a reference to Star Wars! Only works when you pay the phone bill, though. I don't even know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired, or just to buy a new one and give Ashley give the old one to Ashley for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Say, oh wait, no. Oh, hey, don't stress. You'll have yourself worrying yourself into an early grave. You spend 50 years digging holes. Yeah, can't he talk me shite about digging myself an early grave now, can you, old guy? Ow! Oh, guy. I'll have you know, I'm barely 170-ish. Where's the lie? It was the middle of a gold rush. Wait, no, fake. Okay. Oh, Jack, Watto, welcome. Lurk away, friend. It's lovely to see you. I'm giving this whole Necrobarista thing a good go. The game is gorgeous and utterly lovely. How are you doing, friend? How are you doing? Actually, did this get the humble treatment? Because I should be better about
3:24 a.m. sitting at the bar and looking into the last shot I haven't touched for at least half an hour. I say, did you ever notice how the Washington Monument looks nothing like George Washington?
Nom nom. Thank you for both the chortle and the $2, you fucking ledge. Jester, the magical spell of Moose No. Moose is one of our regulars who has a penchant for absolutely terrible puns. To the point where we had to implement the Moose No policy. Because Moose No. Oh, just even as a purveyor of puns, there are terrible puns. There are ones that need cleanup crews sent in. They wear special suits, not all of them come back. Alright. It was a bit of a gold rush. Everyone and his dog was busy digging holes. Only thing different about me is I eventually started digging up a little bit of things. I started digging up things more interested in gold. Psh, pish. Didn't he dig up any mobile phones though, did ye? Could have gotten yourself ahead of starting to learn how to work them. Ooh, that was a bit of animation there. Hey. So, I know you're a bit stressed right now, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Ugh. I know. It's another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery though. Keeps disappearing to somewhere, so I don't know how long I can wait before we get some more. Tiny robot! Don't even know if we can afford it this month. It's just, everything's a bit too pricey right now. It doesn't help the coffee cartels keep pushing the price up. I don't think the importer 2 suburbs over is part of a cartel. They seem quite nice. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals, the rates they charge. Wholesale my ass. And yet, we keep buying from them. Well, yeah. Beans are good, man. Beans are good. Well, I mean, that sums up this entire week. Righto's like, I would like to visit this coffee shop with the tiny robots. I'm sure if we Google Tiny Robot Cafe, there must be somewhere that has that kind of, not this aesthetic ideally, but tiny robot serving coffee. Because you can get robot coffee vending machines in like San Francisco and places. And it's more to watch the robot doing like a weird little like coffee pouring dance. Kisa, there was definitely a Gundam calf at one time. But did that Gundam calf... Don't do me like this. that Gundam calf. Sorry. Ah, fuck! God damn it, piece of... I literally can't complain about this because I was the one who built it. Alright, it was meant to be a funny joke where I show up the little Gundam face and it's glowing, and I'm like, but did the Gundam calf have glowy face robot stuff? And you would have been terribly impressed, Kisa. You would have been like, wow, Will, that is one whole glowy face robot. Like that. It doesn't even show up proper. FML. Fight. You let me down, Gundam. You let me down. Okay. I accused my Gundam of letting me down and a piece fell off. I need to stop faffing about with this. I'm gonna try and finish it after the show this evening. Just gonna sit down, finish up the OG RX 78, and go from there. Right. Binge good. It's just everything else is on top, Mr. Mew. Ah, yes. I've happily accepted the blame for some of that. That's fine. You don't even have to. It's all on me. You just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything. And everyone. 2020, in a mood. The time debt we owe on the Council of Death is the absolute last thing I want to think about right now. I lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. What? God darn it! So friends, all the yellow words that popped up we've been able to click on for additional info. Oh well, at least if any of you pick the said game up and play it, which I think I'm going to wholeheartedly recommend. At least there's more stuff for you to pick up. Astral Moon, Watto. What do you want to do when you grow up, little Timmy? I'm going to be a barista! No! Replaced by robots! I mean, if they can make a decent flat white, then I'm happy. Maddie has been saddled with a great responsibility. She's still waiting for the great power that's supposed to come with it. I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know. Yeah, I know. You. I can't thank you enough. Sniff. Shh. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out just like we always do. I just don't want to deal with it, you know. Get it? And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. Now the calf's yours now. And even though things are a bit much in the moment, I know we keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Hey, things are already falling apart. Regardless, you're gonna have to face reality at some point. Nuh-uh. You've obviously never heard of box wine. Damn it, Vanderbeast! It took me reading that, like, it took me a second to realise that was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme. Tiny robot has your order. Tiny robot has your order. Tiny robot has your order. Robot with a cup of coffee power! These jams, though, friends. These heckin' jams. Oh my god, I know! I don't need reminders from you. Back off, man. A council's always sitting in the back of my mind. Like, I'm doing my best over here. All my best is all I can do, right? And just because you're my best friend, I'm your boss, I'm a mentor. Doesn't it mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems? Because they're my problems now, not yours. Alright. Jester says, what part of Scotland is his accent from? It started Glaswegian, and I've been reading as best I can. It seems to be migrating closer and closer to the wall. Ian was asking, serious question. After all the Gundams, would you, if you were to collect a 40k army, would you go Tau? God, I don't know if I'd go back to 40k. It just, 40k feels like a very specific point in my life, and my hands are a lot shakier. So, I don't know. I don't know. God, I really don't know. Ready? Do this. Sorry, alright, no worries. Give me some space. Might just go check on Ashley. Have you seen her recently? Aye, she's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there talking about clamps or something. Better go rescue him then. Back in a bit. Smart economical use of animation here. Gotta hand it to him. Jester saying if they went to 40k they'd go orc because they're the least miserable. That's a good point. No one's ever said the orcs are having a bad time. And I know we talk about this a lot, but it still remains one of my favorite things that that orcish technology comes from the fact that orcs are like low level, that all orcs are like low level psychics. But a lot of it is just based on their faith and their belief. Not like deity faith, but their faith that a thing works. Red vehicles just go faster. All orcs believe that. So red vehicles go faster. I forget what part of the Black Library it was from, but just the scene of like tech priests taking apart orcish guns and being like, this is just a box with sand in it. They jammed the barrel in. These bullets don't even work. How the hell? But it's the idea that with orcs, well, it's got a trigger, right? And it's got a barrel, and you put the bullets in here, and it goes dakka dakka. It just makes sense. Their low-riding belief that a thing does a thing is how it works, and it's just the most wonderful idea. Though I stand by the fact that I do think that Fall Guys is the most accurate simulation of the Imperial Guard so far in a video game. There, said it. Also, we're getting an Imperial Guard Left 4 Dead shooter. So happy about this. Then orcs made spaceships. Oh yeah, and Iron I guess it's one of those things whereby I told everyone here about No Grey November, and everyone has been heckin' generous, and I know I have a certain date coming up in a little under 2 weeks, and I worry about accidentally agreeing to something. You know what I mean? So sorry, friends. I joined a group called No Grey November, and they're a group of mini painters. They're a group of Gundam builders, and the idea is that everyone is going to get their backlog of miniatures finished and done by November. And I've been making really good headway. So I still don't know. Like this little the Gundam I've been building here, I still don't know who sent that, and a bunch of them. But it's like I've been making real good headway. I've got 8 kits. I got 8 kits I'm working on, and I'm halfway through the version 3 of the OG Gundam. So that's at the current rate that I'm going. That's doable. I mean, I've got some very, very complicated kits to tackle. I've got the shiny gold Phoenix. Sorry, here's me chatting about Gundams. Gah, I apologise. I may need to get another coffee though, because doing visual novel reading stuff is definitely a draining activity. Like, friends, what I really wish I'd done is actually like sat down with a group of people. I wish there was a way that I could almost do this like a table read. So, you know, like have like, I don't know, just a bunch of sober friendos. Maybe we'll revisit Necrobarista after the world stops being on fire. I'm not saying I'm going to stop playing it. It's just fascinating. God damn it, he's right. We do need more plants in here, don't we? So we're going to strap a big old steak knife to it and make them fight each other. I love it. This is going to be great. I want to build something that gets put on a TV show, Battle Royale. Ah, thanks, I hate it. With flamethrowers on it. You're not going to put this one on this little guy, are you? A flamethrower? Probably not. Probably not, but I want you to record the fight in the phone so we can send it to the producers. The producers have a real thirst for schlock. Yeah, sure thing. Let's go, let's get this knife attached. Pass me those zip ties. Zip ties. And the knife! Knife! And my coffee! You sure? Who even gave you that? Coffee! I'm taking a lot of screenshots from this. Damn it! It's empty. Coffee is empty. Sean. The world is beginning to vibrate! Maybe it's that good that your cup runneth empty, yeah? I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it! This game fecking gets me. I just don't know how many shots you should put in there. Too many, Kassan! But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. He flew to the sun. Uncultured. In unrelated news, I have a headache. This game is a treasure. I think you might want to read a little bit more about Icarus. There's a twist ending on that one. I'm holding the knife, Kashan! No spoilers! No spoilers, promise! Alright, I'm just gonna go say hi. Alright, I'm just gonna go say hi. Maybe she won't sling a knife at me this time. Who knows? Ahem. Hey, kids! Ah! Intruder! Shut up. My buddy. My pal. Did I get him? No. You missed. Damn it. But, wait. You threw it on purpose? Extremely on purpose, yes. I'm far, by the way. I know I'm having no consistencies. I know I'm having no consistencies right here with voices. It's very difficult. All this talk of coffee, I might need more coffee friends. Oh, it's just you. Would it have been worse if there was someone else? Probably. Oh, way cool. One of you lovely Mother Hubbards just picked up the Create Comics and Manga by Kotaro. Way cool. Hopefully that is very helpful for the process of creating comics. Remember, comics are 8 panels, manga are 6. Vanderbeest says, give a new character the Glaswegian accent every scene. My throat will die. Unless they were an actual spy. Come to steal my robot designs. Then it would have been good. Spy. You never know who might be watching. Oh, Jester. That's the dramatic duck. I think I'm crashing. Oh, no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? She'll wake up about 15 minutes with no ill effects. Probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Goblin, not to be confused with the days where she's a regular gremlin. So good! Oh, she told me that that'd make her immensely powerful. I mean, she's not wrong. Okay, friendos. That is a big yawn. And we are not here for big yawns. So, while this guy has a knife vaguely at his eye height, do you mind if I just take a quick break to get myself a cuppa? That would be okay with your lovely selves. No, we okay? We okay? Because I desperately need a cuppa if we're going to keep going with this one. Man, mainly because we keep looking at a gajillion different, like, things of coffee. Oh, and Vanderbeest for the 100 coffee. A friend of mine once told me about something she did while she was a barista, and it's called No Shot Must Fall. For some of the larger coffee machines, they only pour 2 shots of espresso each time. So the idea is that you have 2 shot glasses, you pour into both, and if someone just wants one, pour in one. If it's 2 in together. The game is called No Shot Must Fall, and anytime someone orders an odd number of shots in their drink, or a drink that has just 1 shot, you neck the shot of espresso that's left over. To take her description into consideration, she did a lot of... Excuse you. She did a lot of vibrating that day. Might have blurred the lines between this world and the next. Alright, you love your habits. Yeah, by that point you can hear colour, right? And to write again, thank you for coming by today. I do hope you're having yourself a lovely afternoon. I am thoroughly enjoying this game. I just need to be more caffeinated to continue with this, with the reading and whatnot. So, I'm going to go pour myself another cuppa. You are all forbidden from doing anything interesting. And when I return, we can discuss wargs. We can discuss whatever we fancy, dear friends. Oh, and just it was lovely chatting with you, friend, and I hope we get to hang out again, yo. But I desperately need a cuppa. But on the plus side, the jams are nice and smooth, which makes me feel a lot less guilty. All right, friends, to be continued. Sorry, friends. I was just chatting with Fiona and getting while the coffee was brewing. I have more coffee. It's a good time. But I made like an offhand joke of, yo, gotta go get that bacon money. Just a running joke. And then Fiona's like, wait, have you eaten? And I'm like, oh crud, I haven't eaten. I might have forgotten to do that. And I am not fishing for any stuff and things. Sorry, I didn't want to sound as blasé as it came out. Damn if these jams aren't smooth. Actually, and I do want to take a moment to repost the link to this game, because one thing I will say, I probably won't do a full run through of this game. Like, we'll spend another like few hours on it, but that's not because it's bad per se. It's more because there's only, even with my terrible voices, there's only so much I feel I can add to this. I think this is an experience that I would recommend you pick up and play through, because the manner in which this tells its story is fucking grand. You know what I mean? Aaron, there is no secret Discord. Amy, I'm sorry! I forgot. I'd had a lot of coffee though. There's a little coffee place in walking distance from here, so pocketed our masks, walked down with River, because it's been lovely and kind of like overcast today. It's been so much nicer than it's been. I'm not instantly getting hot cooked. And we went, got real people coffee, walked back, had a good time. No, do not eat the bug snacks! That's how you end up with like a lemon mohawk. So let's keep trundling along with this one. But you know, with great power comes great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. So Num Num says, what's the most affordable way to get to VR stuff, especially for VR chat? Most affordable way? Feck. That's a loaded question, because it does depend on how much equipment you already have. If you've got a beefy PC, then getting one of the independent headsets or elements like that is probably the best method. I'm trying to think of the best way. And if specifically your goal is VR chat, I guess, again, depends on the equipment that you have already. You could get one of these standalone Oculus headsets, or perhaps one of the... actually, I'm trying to remember what systems you can play Rec Room on, because that's usually the baseline for ones to go for. God, I haven't even looked into it. Hey, Denari, wow. Watto, friend. How goes it? We're serving coffee to dead people in a stonkingly good narrative title. How are you? Right, kid's 13. She's got maybe no sense of responsibility, though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very convincing. Ashley's persuasiveness is a mystery. It clearly can't be logic, eloquence, or charisma that causes people to do her bidding. You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she'd nearly killed me. Pretty good for a blind throw, though. She makes me proud in the weirdest ways. Does she learn from the best? She did. But the best definitely wasn't me. Maddie's pretty deadly with the knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably. That was the thing I was thinking is, I haven't even looked at which is the main VR chat program that people are working through. I mean, having a clear goal when you're buying hardware is always a much better focal point than just, I want to get into VR! I will say, like, Beat Saber and some of the rhythm games seem to be the elements that keep people coming back. And the thing is, with VR chat, I don't even know which headsets are supported. It's like, to which degree. But, no, I think, and I say this with love and respect, affordability isn't something that VR really provides. For the understanding I have, but I'd want to know more about what your particular goals were. And that's the best way to look at it. Like, what are you trying to do specifically? And how can you achieve that for the most affordable price point? But, like, you're probably not getting away with spending less than, like, you know, $300+. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've been very rude. My name's Che. I used to own this place. Now I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. Hey, Prolo. Watto, friend. I'm Kishon, and I died today. It's time for another round of Tiny Robot Theatre! And if you haven't played Nier Automata, you need to change that. I don't say that with derision or gatekeepy sarcasm, but this is parodying something that I still think about to this day. So first reference is like, ah! I'm alive! I'm alive! Oh, we got a loud one here. Oh, be nice, you know it's scary waiting up. Ah, big lights are coming towards me! I think he's living his last moments. Hey, let's not get. There we go. What's happening? I don't know. I do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club now. We are reborn in a new image. I keep changing their voices. I can't stay. I cannot seem to stay consistent. So Satan saying that some of the first-gen Oculus Rifts are showing up on eBay for 200 less plus. Well, that's why I was asking about like specifics, because I don't know if the OG Oculus Rift kits will do the job. Well, Apollo, I'm sorry you've been having a hard day, friend. I mean, this game as a whole has been very, very fresh, I think is the way I'd go for it. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those games that everyone knows about, everyone references, but very few people play. And I hope with what limited powers I have, I can change that. I'm Kelper, it's nice to meet you. I'm Jacob! That seems to change the voices now. So I guess what I'm asking is, like, reading your question about creating kind of like the virtual bar. I mean, it's certainly a fascinating concept, and creation of those virtual spaces is a real cool idea. I tell you what, I don't want to give any useless advice. So I think that's one to return to. I think that's one to return to. I am undefined. I don't know if that was made a mistake. His body is made of a milk carton. Just call it milk. Nah, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon just because I'm made of a goon box. Wouldn't know that at all. Ashley was yelling something about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think. I would need a lot more voices for this. How's any friend feel about that? Acceptable? Excellent. Go good. Enjoy Warframe. Have a good session. And we're going to continue with these tiny dancing Touchcoma-esque robots whose bodies are made out of stuff. Nice to meet you, Lovelace. From your hazy memory, certain words can call out to you. Okay. These words may be the key to unlocking the mysteries of what happened in this place. Ooh. So repair producers, responsibility, cosplayer, Icarus, detective spy, goblin blenders. Okay. Hey, Chrono. What-ho, friend? We play, welcome to Necrobarista. It is a coffee shop for the living and the dead. You know, standard stuff. Forbidden Cutlery is actually the name of my new band. Alright, but Marshall Ray, I want to shout out in the, CD, alright? Alright, let's start with rent, because that was something that they were worried about. Okay, so we have to choose a series of... So rent... Forbidden Cutlery. Shoveled Goblin. I guess they needed cutlery. Haunted blenders. Detective spy, convincing producers. Forbidden goblin. Dark Thelmsby. I have no fucking clue. What, old friend? Coming in. Honestly, considering the rate at which I play these kind of visual novel games, we're only very much at the beginning of Necrobarista, but it's going well. Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Valkyrie. What-ho? Come on in. So, we're probably not too far into this game, but there's definitely... I'm trying to think. Tell me more about these forbidden goblin holes. Letter. Let's try forbidden. Let's try... Oh, repair. Repair the dishwasher. Because I think of like... I don't think cosplayer is a word that will help unfurl any of the story, you know? Criminal responsibility. Let's see how this little word jumble does. How did we do? As they flutter through your mind, you focus on a few and try to remember what they mean. Oh! Not cool! So now we know where in Australia this coffee bar is. The rent in Melbourne. Alright, let's check criminals. Don't you make me jump again. No. Repair. The terminal. Forbidden. Magic. Cutlery. Food. Responsibility. Maddie. Blenders. Food. Perhaps, with time, you may be able to cling to more fragments that flutter through your mind. What fragments will you choose to carry with you? What is it that you find precious? Continue? There wasn't anything I could do to interact with those there. Interesting. Interesting. Detective Icarus. Okie dokie. Now we can have a little explore. So I think I'm starting to understand it now. That these are our... whoever or whatever we're playing as. These are our elements. So now we can have a look around the bar proper. Thinking about alchemy the wrong way. You can even go behind the bar. So that's cool. Crucible product reviews. Chase collection, Judgment 1. Oh, we've got lots to explore now. Let's have a look at the upstairs. God, this game is beautiful. It's like, how to explain the Icarus reference? Does it? Ooh. Can we go outside?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Meow kitty Sakura. What, oh friend?
Woo. It's the big 2-2.
Fucking yeah, it is. 2 months away from 2 years. Not too feckin' shabby, friends. Not too feckin' shabby. Miyaki Sakura, that's 22 months of hanging out. Thank you. So yeah, we're playing Necrobarista. We've kind of gone through the first... I guess we've gone through the first... I don't want to call it chapter or what have you. Ashley's journal. Start having a look and a read. Caution, cleaning in progress. Alright, so we can't go upstairs just yet. No heckin' clue what's that way. We can't get outside just yet either. So it suddenly begs the question, who are we in this story? We know that's how we continue to the next chapter. So yeah, does anyone want a cup of coffee while I'm at it? Captain Steph's asking, does that mean the stream will have to deal with the terrible twos? And we've had our second anniversary. Y'all are mostly terrors. That's been pointed out. Ooh, specials. Got blueberry pancakes and the big breakfast. Eggs, mushroom, bacon, grilled tomatoes, baked beans, black pudding, sourdough toast. Oh, that's very British. That's a very full English. Oh, we can have a review of the reads. Oh, Crucible product reviews. Spirit-resistant quasi-crucibles with self-sealing lids. Product description. Some memories seem to evade you. This one you may have to come back to later. Wait, what? Judgment 1. Yo! So the things we got from the keywords we picked up are a resource that we spend. So if we have a look at the Crucible reviews, if we get 2 Melbourne, 1 Magic, 1 Scroll, whatever the bloody hell that is, we can combine those to, I guess, remember these parts. This is where it's asking us what is important to us. Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way. Highlighted passages from the Thinking About the Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. And those are the 3 resources we need to unlock it. This is fascinating. The fisherman. Yes, we need food, Ashley, and something. I can hear that laugh, Aaron. I can hear that laugh. Oh, Kisa wants a chai latte and a slice of cake. I can get right on that. Yeah, right on that, I think. Possibly. Excuse me, where are we keeping the chai? So it's just, like, this end of the bar gets real blue. I guess that's where we're keeping all the booze? What's the whole thing of drink coffee until it's socially acceptable to drink wine? I've been told that a few times. My back door. It's fascinating. Definitely getting more kind of like the near styles. So, how are you lovely folks doing this afternoon? I thought I'd take this as a mild banter break to chat with you lovely folks, because while I do enjoy these style of games, they do make a conversation more than a little bit tricky. So how are you all doing? Chai decaf? Oh dear lord. Egg and bacon muffin should be fine. Vulcanor Watto. I can't even read that. That is on me. Oh boy. Oh, Keith had a very long walk with the dog and am tired. That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Okay. My apologies for going a little bit quiet there, dear friends. God, why is today the busy day? I'm read a video game about being coffee and selling dead people. Wait, or is it selling coffee and being dead people? It's one or t'other. It's one or t'other. Okie dokie. Alright, I'm back. So Marsha Rhea has cookie dough ice cream. The world's a bit more okay. I'm really glad to hear. Oh, decaf tea, no. Decaf is a crime. I'm sure I've told you all this story like 8 million times, but one of my previous partners, when I started seeing her, as someone who is heavily caffeine dependent, I couldn't work out that even while we were, spending a lot of time together, why I kept like falling asleep on the sofa at her place. Turns out she had a penchant for decaf coffee, and so when I was like, what would you like? Oh, I'll have a cup of coffee. I was making decaf ones, and I was just passing the heck out. I'm pretty sure that counts as shenanigans. Pretty sure. Alright. Continue. Heck yeah. Let's see where this party takes us. Tea decaf, the most notorious pirates of the Seven Seas. Yar. Oh, okay. I have had the weird craving of having like espresso in the very wee hours of the night. Oh, sorry. Wow. I apologize there, friends. I completely blanked on whenever it was just popped up. I'm very sorry. Might have to... Oh, wow. Coffee, I'm going to need you to do a little bit more than you're doing right now. Not to put the hard carry opus on my beverage, but the amount of decaf talk in chat is, I mean, I'm not going to say heresy, but it's a lot of heresy. For some of us, it's very much a necessity. Oh, it looks like... Oh, to low beer. Thank you kindly for the follow. It looks like Spelunky finally got a release date. Spelunky 2, sorry. Let's see what that is. Okay, September 15th. Oh, okay, September 15th for PlayStation, but other platforms somewhen later. Okay. Hey, Ninja Falcon. What, ho, friend? I've been attempting to show people Necrobarista, the game we have here, and it's so wonderfully made. It's properly exceptional. I feel that I'm perhaps not doing the best work today really know what to... I'm hoping that necking some of this coffee is going to get me, get my arse in gear. Oh yeah, we also got the gameplay trailer for Bugsnax today. Okay, it's from the team that made Octodad. We know it's going to be a great game. It's just, it's the catchy tune. It's the gleeful joy on every character's face throughout that presentation of what is essentially some Cronenberg body horror. You are what you eat. French fries for fingers. I'm trying to think what else we were chatting about earlier today. Dropped right out of my head. Keith was like, yeah, well, leave my hot dog hands alone. Salad four fingers. No, leave salad fingers in the past. Leave salad fingers in the past. Okie dokie Lokies. Oh man. Come on, coffee. I need the help here. Oh. I can't even blame sleep patterns on this one, so whilst forgive me while I'm treading water, dear friends. Ninja Falcon, how are you? Vanderbeest, Salad Fingers is in the Bugsnax universe, and if you're not familiar with Salad Fingers, you know what? Just don't. We've in a land before Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. There were still dark things that lurked in twisted corners of the internet, and one of them was most certainly Salad Fingers. You know what? You can live your whole life. Never see it, you'll be fine. I wasn't so lucky. Kisa, coffee will not save you now. And sorry, Greenfire, I don't have Maneater, and I am certainly avoiding playing that one. What are you up to, River? Come hang out while I'm failing to show off Necrobarista? No one to saying David Firth is a big inspiration. Okay, I hope you didn't think that I was dismissing it. Like, during the Flash era, he was responsible for so many, like, culturally defining touch points. And while not all of it's aged well, just the sheer amount of animation and stuff he was able to produce, like, was feckin' grand. Actually, what is David Firth up to at the moment? God, he has a Wikipedia page. That's a So he's doing content for his Patreon. Wow. Fucking yo. Streams the animation most days. That's fascinating because I know Rubber Ross did some real in-depth dives on the difficulties of creating animations now. that there isn't, aside from Patreon support, there isn't really a good path to being an independent animator currently. YouTube does not do, even YouTube when it was better, did not do enough to support animations because it was a series that what's the best way to describe it? Animation's bloody hard to do. To make even one can take you half a year to many years, especially as an independent person. But the way in which YouTube as a place pays out does not make enough to warrant that amount of work. Whereas it's much more beneficial to make lots of cheap little videos very, very quickly. The Let's Play format and the vlog format works much better than animation as a format. So yeah. Jester, we're in the wiki hole. We will never leave. No, it's just a strange thing that I realized I'd never actually looked in on David Firth's career as a whole, and yet his works have been a large part of my life. It's basically like him and Weeble stuff just defined my teenage years. All hail Newgrounds! Okay, Coffee, I really need you to do your thing. Because I might not be of a caliber where I'm able to represent this game really well today. Perhaps having 2 days of point-and-click-esque titles was more than I had in the tank. Yeah. And Newgrounds was not a perfect place. I'm not going so far as to say that. But it was such a weird creative hodgepodge, and for all the nasty that was there were so many like little sparks of brilliance that would go on to inspire great stuff. They also had the wherewithal to separate the over 18 and under 18 content, which is more than Steam has done. Sorry, you know what? No, let me retract that. I got Gabe Newell beef at the moment, and I'm trying not to let that bleed through in my comments, so I apologize for that. We're not here to hurtle rocks at people, even billionaires who skive off to New Zealand. Grumble, 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 grumble. Well, actually, so sorry I was saying they found some flashier Mr. Blobby games. I mean, I'm sure there are, but the thing we were talking about earlier about, like, emulation of stuff, like, right now, without emulation, without, like, back support, all of those Flash games from the Newgrounds, kind of like Golden Age, are basically lost to time right now. A little mini Flash site, Ninja Kiwi, combined their greatest hits into a pack on Steam that you can download. But Jester, even when they're trying to gentrify gaming, I have friends who work at Valve. They work in a myriad of different professions, and once again, in the same way that less than 1% of Gearbox is Randy Pitchford. You know, Gabe Newell is not every aspect of Valve, and there are a lot of people working very hard to support gaming, to support indie games, to keep this industry upright. I mean, feck, without Steam, the gaming landscape would look very, very, very different right now. And that is cause for celebration. How to phrase it? Not to reference real-world events too much, but right now, things are difficult for us all. And Seattle has had multiple real-world problems hitting from multiple sides. And it irks me that the owner of Valve used his wealth to just go and stay in New Zealand until this all blows over. And that's where my beef comes from. Like, the one unifying factor that we all have, whether you're pulling pints or working in a massive tech company or what have you, is we're all in the heck together. It's a camaraderie, you know. But the idea that you can just be rich enough to just not deal. That's where my beef is coming from right now. I do feel that if we didn't have Steam as a platform, it would be more akin to trying to... I hate using the comparison, but I don't know if any of you have tried looking into, like, viewing films online these days through legal means. That, especially in North America, that, like, cinema is so heavily fractured on so many different platforms and price points that, like, unless your title is already a long-running franchise based on an existing IP or with a level of reach outside of, like, the standard, you know, cinema zone, no one gives a hot heck. You know, a lot of these art pieces are lucky if they get added to Netflix's back cat. There's so many subscription services and so many different places to purchase and view. It's fucking impossible. I don't necessarily agree with the monopoly system, but I also realize that if Valve hadn't been the largest digital distribution platform, it would have been somebody else. Oh, did you have more food thing?
I went to the store. Picked up so much.
Oh, thank you.
Because it looks easy to eat while you're playing the games.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cut it up all little fancy like.
And then it's got this stuff. It says English, so I figure it must be good.
Yeah, pub style horseradish. That means that while I eat it, I have someone nearby telling me about sports that I don't care about. Oh, did you see that game last night? It was a ludicrous display.
Do you want to show them how cute she's being?
Oh yeah. Look at this one. Yours. Yeah, I've just been nattering to these lovely folks and apologizing, like, I don't know what happened. Like, I do think it's these kind of, like, heavy reading games just take it out of me. I was not ready for this. Forgetting to eat may also have had an effect.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you got lots of food.
Now I do. Good
Calories to get you through.
Yeah.
River is very jelly.
Oh yeah.
Look at her, she's super keen.
She's super keen. When did you start getting into food?
When you moved in.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, she's not ruled by food.
Do you need some? Should we get you some?
Sorry. I'll start with, how about local sports team? Clank with River. Yeah. Clank, I hope I've said a proper hello today.
Okay, I'm gonna show.
Dang. This is basically River wins. So how are you doing, friend? No, don't eat Tim Fox! Don't eat Tim Fox! No! Don't eat Tim Fox! Please do not assault the staff. Oh, Jester was saying, and this is Seattle, you get tarred and feathered for not publicly caring about the seagulls or whatever. Thankfully, my English accent gets me out of sports conversations. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not from around here, I say loudly, being from around here. And arts off, I'm doing real well. I might have forgotten to eat today, which is why I seem a little bit more... But Fiona's got me a Sani, so I'm about to do the little sauce and dunk.
I didn't know what you wanted. They've got mustard there, and then they've got the ones ready.
I'm gonna go for horseradish. I think that's the way to do this.
It's a beef wrap.
Yeah, yeah.
I figured it looked easy to eat for streaming.
Thank you.
Pickle foods.
I do like the. But I'm doing real well, friends. I'm doing real well. I just should put some food in my face before I keel over. It's River having a dig. Kisa says, "Thank you, Will, for taking. Thank you, Fee, for taking care of this numpty." I've been much better, like, since I moved in here for like remembering to eat. And it's been a while since it's been like, I forgot to consume calories for a day. Actually, I've not only put weight on, but it's stayed on, which is amazing. Professional stream.
River, come here.
Papa John.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
Yes, big girl. You can smell the beef, can't you? She's like, oh yes. I know, I'd quite like some beef. Although, you know, if I offer this to her, she's gonna go, nah, I'm good actually. Oh, everyone's getting all that. Everyone's all saying all the nice things about River. She's the bestest cuddle dog as well. At the moment, she's kind of alternating between whose bed she wants to sleep in. Which, you know, that's the advantages of being a dag, am I right? Oh, that was a lot of horseradish. Woo!
That's that horseradish face.
Yeah, it's River Stream. Let's be honest, the real feckin' talent of this stream right here. Okay. But friends, I do want to say this again. That this
She's over it.
Yeah, you had your moment. The game I've been playing today, I really do recommend picking it up because it's so well put together, and it seems fascinating. I'm just failing at the reading parts of it.
River, you're making a mess. Come here.
You wouldn't think I'm...
Will's the only one in this house that makes his bed every day. It needs to be showed off. Keep it nice.
Oh, just a chunk of beef. See, she wants a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. Spoiled run. I can't help it. I love the dag. Alright, let's see if River wants this. Will she turn her nose up?
Hey. Hey, River.
Let me scooch back.
Do you want it?
It's cooked beef.
We get another one. No, come here. Give me the other one. Give me that one. Okay, give me that one. Good girl. Sit down. Go up. Okay.
Sorry, friends. She tried it, put it in
Wait,
mouth,
no, she ate it.
put it on the floor, and then went.
She ate it.
Do you like it?
Did you like it? Was
Did
it
you like
good?
it? Do you like bubble? Yes, big girl. See, I know we've had a lot of requests for, like, you know, channel points and stuff to reward River, but
She's just not food heavy.
she's not food heavy.
She'll
And
take it when she wants it.
more often than not, she'll be like, nah, I'm good.
Do you need some more food, River? Do you need your own food?
That might also be a thing.
Just a pet River.
I mean,
You know, back when I started streaming, I had a doggo cam, and people, like, River was such a national treasure that when I had, like, a little group get-together, it was close enough that I could drive, so I took her with me. And people were so excited that when I went to go pick them up from the airport, I had to bring River with me so people could see her.
oh,
So people were so excited to meet River.
it's lovely. The last friendo we had come to town, before Gestures to the Planet, but we just went down to the dog bar and hung there, and that was great.
That was Clinker. Yeah. Clinker got to see all the puppies.
There's so many dags.
See how many tags.
That was a good time. I'm missing that place right now, because being able to waddle down the road, have a pint, and just let River
Yeah,
run.
they're completely renovating the entire bar.
Which is smart. It's a smart time to do
They
it.
changed their name.
Did they?
They changed their name to, instead of like Bark and Brew,
Yeah.
it's dog park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always the dog bar, right?
Yeah. It's the best place on earth. And then didn't we take Clanker to dinner at the dog place? We went to dinner. There's a dog restaurant near us that you could go and like sit down with your dog, and they had like a dog menu to order food for the dog. It's not the greatest like dog food. It's not like they're getting like fresh steak and what have you, but it was like chicken nuggets and like cold chicken nuggets and like marrow and Dougie.
But it's a place you can sit down and have food.
Order food for your dog and then also have food and drinks for yourself. And then we went to the dog bar. Tennis balls are River's favorite thing
Oh, yeah.
ever. I have to watch her when we go to the dog park.
Because she will liberate other people's tennis balls.
And she will bug other people, especially with the little throwy thing.
Oh, God, yes.
If she sees the throwy thing, someone will throw it. Like the chuckets, I think is what they're called. So they'll throw it. And then she'll think that it just respawns from the chucket. So she'll go to the chucket and be like, okay, now you throw. And they're like, I don't have a ball to throw. And River's like, excuse me, I would like ball.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you didn't hear me the first time. I said
I
I would
said
like.
ball.
I said I would like ball. Have a little lunch break. You know, there has. God. There was that one time I got very whoops drunk when we did the dog bar tour.
We did the small pub crawl.
Yep.
Was my friend with us?
Yes, we went to see Doggy Santa.
Oh, Doggy Santa Day.
Doggy Santa was when I got whoops. Well, okay, there's been a few whoops drunks, but basically, there was a cider brewery that did a meet Doggy Santa and you get to take pictures and stuff. Real cute. But they said they had food, and the food truck had their power go out.
Dude, well, they were overloaded with orders.
Oh yes. So they kept saying we'll be serving food in 5 minutes and 10 minutes, but they kept saying that for like an hour. So instead of going and getting food elsewhere, we just kept waiting. They did not serve. So we were already like 2 or 3 pints deep in the afternoon with an empty stomach. Yeah, little river face. Well, I finally put Star Fox 1 up. Wait, is it Star Fox 1? Fox McCloud's ship.
Your river. It's not sushi. It's just it's yum yums.
It's beef.
Oh, River watches. She's always watching me. Always, huh?
Right, Asari has one of their cats that likes to bring home gifts.
Remember when I house sat for those people?
Yup.
And their cat brought me a almost dead mouse?
But not quite dead.
Not quite. It was enough that I think I still have the video somewhere around here of me screaming when I put it onto my Instagram story.
So funny.
It was after that I made you stay with me. Because I didn't want to have to dispose of any more bodies.
You gotta have some additional skills, friends.
Pup time being procked by hot dogs. Hot dogs are tacos. You know what, I don't think you're wrong.
And Baron Ransack Bonjoy, no apologies necessary. Baron Ransack was in last night's little like tunes and hangouts evening, but was saying that their headset's microphone was broken. So whenever they spoke, it was like super duper robot noises.
Yeah, and we were like,
pee out of me a couple times. But it wasn't like screechy like reverb noises, so it didn't hurt. It just made me jump.
I was there.
But these lovely folks weren't. You are the vehicle for retelling the story. So yeah, we've still got zombie coffee shop to continue.
Yep.
What are your plans for the day?
I am doing blanket fort behind the scenes right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be doing that tonight, tomorrow, And then streaming tomorrow.
Blanket fort restructure.
Yep.
The core pillars, or pillow. Damn it! I had a pun, a pillow and pillar. It fell over. Much like the pillow fort. Not your pillow fort, obviously.
And River's doing a sleep.
Yeah, River's just being heckin' cute down here next to my
Be
fingers.
careful, her ear's right by one of your chair wheels.
Yeah, no moving. Moving is forbidden now. She's just being a cutie.
Okay, I will leave you guys to be at it.
I mean, your company is always welcome, love.
I know.
I mean, I'm failing to say word stuff. Num Num
Words.
Fighter, the PO box below is still a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. This is one of those, like, I expect nothing from you lovely folks. And I never want you to think that I am fishing for stuff or things or what have you. If you are thinking of sending things for my birthday on the 19th, please don't spend large amounts on me. You already do so much. If you are thinking of sending stuff, it takes about a day to get it from to go and either pick it up or to get them to send it over. So friends, if you do want to send stuff to the PO box, do send it sooner rather than later, because I still got to go and get it from there. I've still got the PO box in central Seattle, so it's a little bit of I can't just stroll down and pick it up. My birthday is the 19th. The 19th of this month. We had a talk about it yesterday, and I was a little worried that, like, talking about it a lot would make it seem as if I was, like, fishing for stuff. And again, because, like, you lot keep my ass alive. I do not want you to think that I take that for granted. And that's something that's very important to me. So I didn't want to, like, overly hype my birthday. Marshall's like, how much is to ship a person in a box? Question, are you that person? And Greenfire is a good point. You did ask the PO box. But, like, random Gundams are still showing up. Like, Secret Discord... The Secret Discord has not admitted who is sending the Gundams. I still don't know who to thank. Randoms. Randoms? It's Gundams! So I just have to keep saying a lot of thank yous and hope. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, there is no secret Discord, and there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Gastrol's like, dinner is done! How goes the game? Have we started Armageddon yet? I don't think so. The only scary thing that we've really encountered in this game is rental prices in Melbourne. Deleted secret Discord. Oh, I've just been getting some calories into my gob. As hopefully it should give me the energy and charge I need to continue with this one. Yeah, what's Discord? Terrors. Oh. I should not have told... well. Although the Gundams... The Gundams are harder to work out who's who, because anything that comes from the wish list, you can just choose to send them anonymously, and I get no information about who sent them. Which is interesting, to say the least. Because, like, some of the stuff that people have sent across has been huge. So, hang on, let me just... While I'm still stuffing my face. So, the Gundam back catalogue over there, there's the Shinmusha, no idea. Both the Banshee and the Phoenix from Gundam Unicorn. No idea who sent those two kids. I do know that behind me, you can kind of see the edge of it, is the Psycho Frame Verkai. Actually, let me just move you lot. So over that way, that big bastard. That was a gift from Maniacal Panda, which was feckin' lovely of him. But I still don't know who most of those came from. And I want to be able to say thank you, because that's a huge feckin' series of gifts. And the thing is, the reason why my wish list is mostly Gundam kits is so that I earmark them for later which ones I want to pick up. Because sometimes it gets a bit confusing where you have the same Gundam, but in like 3 different sizes and 3 different prices. And it's easier to just bookmark them there than add them. Do you know what I mean? Get him! Marshall says, reminder that space is limited. Do not send full-scale Gundams. A 1-to-1 size Gundam. I'd find space. Or I'd just live in it. I could stream from inside the Gundam. It's the best idea. How do I have such good ideas? Yeah. And it's like I've said, with the general state of things, the Gundam hobby has been keeping me sane, and the fact that it is you lot that have been sending them that is keeping me sane. There's a whole generosity divide by 0 thing going on that just breaks my tiny brain. Oh, and Greenfire, that was feckin' kind of you. Like, I kind of wish the world had been less on fire right after. Greenfire sent through a PlayStation 2. So at some point we can revisit some of like the really interesting and fresh games from that space. Some of which kind of popped up and then disappeared into gaming's history. Yeah, and Phyllis, you are correct. Japan has literally been building a 1-to-1 scale. They just finished doing an RX-78, same as I'm doing, but that will be able to move. There's a huge Gundam Unicorn in Tokyo, I want to say, that unfurls and like expands into destroy mode. It's fucking cool. It's fucking cool. Also, friends, for those of you who've been hanging out for like the last 20 minutes and stuff, I do want to say thank you. I have shown off very, very little of this game comparable to how much we've been nattering on, and I really appreciate it, yo. Also, Fearless, on the subject of the 1-to-1 scale Gundam, they're actually going to do kits based on that design, which I find fascinating. Like, that someone would make a full-size Gundam based on a cartoon and a toy franchise, and then from the full-size one, they take that design and make it as a tiny model for regular people. Ninja Falcon with Anime Coffee House? Yeah. So, this is Necrobarista, and it is a coffee shop in Melbourne in the year 3035. The special thing about this particular coffee shop is it's frequented by both the living and the dead. People with 24 hours left before they pass on to the next world. And, hey big girl, oh but you come to say hello. You come to say hello. Bestest. Rib is just... Look at this little face. Look at this little face right here. Oh my god. The absolute star of the show. Yeah. Ninja, this particular game it's very visual novel in its storytelling style, but it's so much more than just that. And I feel I'm not doing this game. I feel I'm doing this... Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. I feel I'm doing this game a disservice because it's so well put together. What do you want to? I'm gonna try and show people a video game. Hey, come here, big girl. River, come around this way. So I know you want beef. I know you want beef. Alright. Dully tell you more, alright? See if I can get some without any gunk on it. Because I don't know. Alright. There we go. Right, don't you lot rat me out either. Alright, there we go, big girl. There we go. Like that? Like that? Oh, wow. Damn, why you didn't play with it? Gosh, there's a good big girl. I'm a massive soft touch, alright? Alright, but the rest is for Will, so I will need to eat calories. And Ninja Falcon, thank you kindly. I mean, if you enjoy visual novels in the way that they tell stories, but feel that a lot of them were a little lacking, this would definitely be something for your that I would recommend. Like, the humor shines through. It has a lot of very interesting little quirks and mechanics. Get that little face, right? Castrol, I'm not made of stone. You're still looking at me. There's no more left. The thing is, River's not a foodie. It's rare for her to come and ask for my food. But I will say that if it got to the point where she was asking for my food, I'd probably just give her it wholesale and go make myself another sandwich. I'm a sucker. I'm a real sucker for it. Marsha Reyes says it feels very much like one of those visual novels I could get into. Yeah. Well, I don't want to just call it an out-and-out visual novel, because there's more going on in terms of like game mechanics than we've initially seen. In between chapters, depending on how we grasp fragments of our memories, we gain them as... what's the term? We gain them almost like as a resource that we can spend to learn more about ourselves and who we are in this space. Because I don't actually know who we, as the character, who we are playing as. In between these kind of like visual novel sections, we're free to just walk around the coffee shop, look at stuff, and it implies that we're trying to remember parts of ourselves and who we were. So it's like, there's a lot to it. Oh, and Ninja, thank you kindly for the lurk, yo. Thank you for stopping in. Right. The voices are inconsistent. The story is a lot of fun. Let's continue, shall we? So this was we gave him the London voice, didn't we? I can't promise it'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still though, a hallway only is there sometimes. How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? Or is another slightly longer one we use instead? Much less exciting. But on the upside, it's constantly there. I love telling new people about it though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect it to be getting enthusiastic over a weird quantum hallway. And there's one of the other little quirks of this game. Yellow words, click it, get an additional piece of info. So quantum. When people start getting nervous about magic, they usually start saying things to explain it using science terms to reassure themselves. Or enthusiastic at all. Actually, because as soon as I stop to think about it, I realise I'm actually extremely messed up about this. Have you studying your heads? I understand your life has got very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or your unlife? I should be better about talking this by now, shouldn't I? Gee, it's not one that's fun to think about. I just keep talking about it the whole way so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure even I can properly explain what goes on here for. The building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it not to be, really. So the caff's alive? Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't actually really fall into that category. Sorry, nearly inhaled a hair there. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful, instead of frustrating, so... quantum always... making myself a cuppa. Cuppa, Australian vernacular for a cup of tea, an important cultural institution, especially when drunk in the afternoon. Australian. Claiming that one. Shenanigans, I say. You want something? No, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? I didn't actually catch it. I feel like a jerk. Oh, Maddie. Yeah, she's the owner now. Not just the barista. Still makes the coffee, of course, but since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No, I have a boyfriend. Had? Oh, geez, this is a lot. I can't imagine how he's feeling. Hey, try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Team Toad House. What-ho? You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent now than coffee, sorry. Don't enable them, Kishan. Shh. I could get you something stronger, mate. Would you like a bourbon? A neat bourbon will always be the perfect mix of classy yet unpretentious. Alright, I'm calling shenanigans on that as well. Or is that too weak? I thought this was a can. Well, it is, mostly. We do serve alcohol, though. There's stronger things on request. Stronger? Like what? Thing I can't pronounce. Absinthe. Pure ethanol. You think a place like this would have anything stronger than that? Stronger than pure ethanol? Hey. Remind me later, pull some out of my special reserve. Don't enable him, son. Hey, someone's got to drink it. I know you're not going to touch the stuff aside from setting on fire. I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. Distilled soul? We need bartender ASAP. Whew. We'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Shane, now, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on that coffee. Can I order something complex? Gotta treat myself. Last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If we have the ingredients, shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you. Cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super up, reserve, coconut milk macchiato. That's not a drink, that's a dessert. Oh my god. With 2 sugars and a whipped cream on top, please. Addy? Yes, dearest. Can you... I don't quite know how... Is this real? Oh, is it too much? Oh, I was going to ask for a splash of bourbon in it. But that seemed a little extra. Well... It's too much. This is a bad order. And I hate it. How bad? Worst one you've ever seen? No, just... I hate it. Dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the expression with... Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire, so wouldn't he have to think about making coffee again? Urge. Maddie has all the classic symptoms... Urge. Maddie has all the classic symptoms of being a pyromaniac. She is definitely not a pyromaniac. Hey, Lev Dev. What do you clank? What do you mean drinking souls sounds like a bad idea? I'm ginger. Basically store souls. And spirits. And spirits. He's just like, give me the soul drink. Like, some of us aren't ginger and just getting boo. All along, Clank, I've been gin. It's been gin all along. You get it now. Clank, you get it now.
Hey, you set the pub and shite. I'll put that in my coffee too. So with that in mind, I have a counter offer.
Yeah?
I'll make you another double shot long black. And I'll put bourbon in it. But I want to call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards. If that's any consolation.
Yeah. It does sound like a competitive counter offer. Not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee.
My generosity knows no bounds.
Ah. Know me. Wait. Sean's like, wait. Is the coffee dead? Is the barista dead? Or is the barista serving the dead? Or what I just got here? Welcome to Necrobarista. We've been playing this for an hour and a bit. I still don't know what's going on. But, so Sean, I will say, this partially does, I'm really struggling to find the words to elevator pitch this real well. The story of it's simple. At a coffee shop in Melbourne, the dead are given 24 hours to spend between this life and the next. So they come, they order drinks, they hang out, and then they leave. At first glance, it appears to just be kind of like a standard visual novel, but with some really nice, like, a really nice style to how it visually shows you the story going on. But as for the actual game itself, I don't know who we are in this world. We're clearly playing as someone, but it is not any of the characters that we're observing. Or maybe it is. At the end of each chapter, we acquire kind of like a currency of memory, which we use to remember things from around the bar. Sean's like, the tree. You're definitely playing as the tree. Oh. Also, my phone keeps jangling off the hook. Supposedly the IGDA were looking for a potential host for something they're doing this year, and I'm very lucky because loads of people have put me forward. But like, by the old gods of the new, by the old gods of the new, I have a lot of people following me right now. So I apologise for looking to the side. Anyway, so Sean, this is a very, very interesting title, and I don't have the full measure of it yet. But it's got heft to it. Also, we've been doing the silly Scottish voice again, so I'm having a good time.
So in conclusion, that order sucked because it's inordinarily complex to make. It has a heart attack worth of sugar in it, and it's something that only an impatient jerk would ask for it.
Is it possible to die twice?
Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead. Or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place, which is more likely because resurrection is illegal.
Resurrection is reserved for emergencies, and the Council has a very particular definition about what constitutes an emergency. Many centuries pass without a single qualified emergency.
But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have slightly different meaning here. You can't die from natural causes. Oh, it's a bit complex and weird, but we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. Over 200 years old, and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas.
Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here?
Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go back to the next place? Well, you've got a certain amount of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can be bought, sold, and exchanged. Generally speaking, but the Council of Death always collects on debt totem, and you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. And your soul starts to get itchy too. Itchy? Is there any feeling less pleasant than an itch you can't scratch? Probably, but it's still up there. It's not something you want to experience. We've had a few stay past their allotted time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. And it starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. But I will say, like, the camera work in this entire game is superb. There's so little in the way of animations that they have in it. There's only like a handful of animations we've seen since we started playing this, but it feels dynamic. They throw the camera around this way and that, but with such an interesting like framing and design as to give us this feeling of this very animated scene. Dead time equals Bitcoin. I don't know. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer, and we start to pick up a tab since you're on our premises. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt from letting people stick it in past the expiry date. And cash-wise, we are extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past, then letting people steal us a wee bit longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire some another week. There's actually something happening tonight you might be interested in. Oh, seriously? You're still doing that? Hey, shush you. You know the council doesn't look at this stuff favourably. Ned said so himself. He... oh, well, excuse me. Sorry, yeah. Wantua, you can tell how much care went into making the camera feel wonderful. There's loads of little touches, and I guess I'm just restating them because we talked about them earlier, but in some scenes, depending on where the mouse is at, gives us a general shift. There's always a subtle kind of like slow drag into shot. It's like I said, there's a care and a craft here that shines through. And again, friends, I do hope that you don't take my terrible voices and mediocre energy levels for anything against this game, because I am wholeheartedly recommending it. In fact, whilst we have peoples here, let me continue to do that thing I do, where I actually do my feckin' job right. There is a link to this game. Okay. If it draws customers, it helps. No, wrong voice. And graphite, you're not wrong. Like, it does kind of fit. It's, yeah, I always find the visual novel style of game to present very exhausting. God, I remember how much Hyatt just wiped me out. Oh, especially with Sir Knight. His voice was so loud. It was so loud. Actually, hold that thought just a second. I know how we're going to combat this. Ice cold butter. I'm talking with people on the internet. I'm talking with a whole bunch of people. See? I've been smart during the summer. Keith is like, wait, ice cold butter? Oh, water!
Kestrel's... How long is this game? I have no idea. I mean, we could check how long to beat, but, I mean, that's always a bit of a guesstimate outside of popular games. According to How Long to Beat, the Outer Wilds took 4 hours. Those lying bastards. It draws customers, it helps us sheave down the debt, I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. What did Ned ever do? We have a 13-year-old right here, you know. Yawn! Hey, she's heard enough coarse language for her lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. So Miyaki Sakura says they can't decide if this game reminds them more of Death, Billiards, or Soul Eater. Juan Tuan says we're about like 1/6 to 1/5 of the way through. God, especially at the rate that I play. It does have that Death Parade flavor, but the cast are far more brightly colored in both personality, cadence, and design. God, this game is beautiful though. I keep finding myself stopping and looking at it, even in these less stark scenes. There's so much that the team who made this do to convey such an incredible visual style. You know, friends, you know my beliefs about like economy of work. Like the more that you can do with the less amount of time spent, the better your production's going to be, just for saving time and not burning yourself into the ground. And this game is exceptional. Sorry. She's right though. Sorry. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Stressed. Ashley's at the age where she's learned to recognize that other people are stressed, but not experienced enough to fully understand what it feels like. Aww. River, you cutie patootie. Sorry. And in the background, I've got River settling down with Temp Fox for a snooze. Maybe you not so much. Maddie gets nervous and brings down the mood. Man, so fuck Ned. I think you've had too much coffee today, young lady. Bamf! I am crashing so hard right now, you have no idea. See, that little quirk there of the camera change for a little bit of comedic impact conveys so much with very little. God, it's so good. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash, and now I'm having a double crash or something. Let's say. All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay. Does Kashan count? It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you learn to ignore it pretty quick. Alright. If you didn't know this game was incredibly Australian, tradies is definitely a term I have not heard anywhere else. Housemates, definition. A great way to save money on rent and never get lonely if you're not too attached to the idea of personal space. Are tradies... were tradies. Ugh. They're still tradies unless they changed career in the last couple of days. But they're not my roommates anymore because... Hey mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. I'm having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yep. Even just adapting a language is a pain. Wait, no, that's... see, I can't tell by the icon which character I'm going... Alright, do you want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it. And just the subtle, slow pan... Oh. Yeah. That'd be good. The TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Storm? You
never know when a Melbourne storm is going to catch you off guard and steal your rugby ball. It looks like a decent-sized one's rolling then. Melbourne weather strikes again. I'll go upstairs. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Hey, cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're still here, yeah? And then just... Do you need a bribe? Yes. I have some chocolate hidden away. Acceptable. Ah. Now I don't have to get yelled at by Ami Masashi for remembering to eat and hydrate. Check me out. That's like 2 whole levels of being a sensible grown-up right there. Oh, now we get the nice rain noises. Wait, dead people can still get drunk, yeah? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't, yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes, but not the contents of my pockets? Pockets, a good place for things that don't have a place. Chewing gum, spare change, nervous hands. I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. Death doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is you can't stay. People don't generally come in with alcohol, fortunately. So about this drink, I guess you're gonna give me a straight vodka or something. Wait, you don't like to make complex drinks? Okay, Kisa, like I'm a 3 for 3 on self-care. Like breathing's a whole different extra element. You know, I'm hydrated, fed, I'm caffeinated. Breathing, you're asking a lot of me at that point. Oh, excuse me. It's like, dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-baked milkshakes for overcomplicated soccer dads. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Oh, okay. What have you got then? She's got everything you can think of, and then some. I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside? Outside? Some guy in the rain. Ah, shite. Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on that drink. Yeah, Arcanok, breathing requires multitasking. And I'm reading you lot and reading this. That's 2 kinds of reading at once. Okay. This is some every frame of painting type nonsense. See, it's that thing, friends, of, you know, I do believe that there are certain visual techniques that do carry from cinema to video games, you know, rule of thirds, like how certain colors react with each other, you know, the way in which lighting affects a shot, but the actual process of creating it, of making it do the thing, is drastically different. Like, it's like the theory's the same, but in practice they couldn't be 2 more different in execution. So when I see like cracking shots like that, that's real fucking impressive. Morning. Hello, recently departed. Hey, that hat you got makes you kind of look like Ned Kelly. I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So, howdy doing? Hey, good morning to you too, Ned.
It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Madeline.
Piss off, nerd. That's not even my full name.
Isn't it, Maddie? Chase said it was, and he never lies.
You never said that.
Well, no, but it was worth a try.
I'd try it what? Catch me off balance. Some shite along those lines. Mate, I am so off balance right now. A light breeze would knock me over head over ass. Don't he push me?
Well, so Miyagi Sakura, it is good. Like one art medium learning from another is genuinely a good thing. I know I can get a bit militant about games being their own medium, and I'm definitely am 8 ways of done with the "this looks as good as a movie" or "this could be as good as it is on television." Something like that. But like the theory and style of cinematography does carry across to both, but like the process of setting up shots, setting up lighting, of how that's all done is so drastically different in games. Heck, it's drastically different from game to game. God. I mean, that's another kettle of monkeys. Because, I mean, as Aiden was saying, like, yes, games don't have the same restrictions because we don't have physical cameras. Like, you don't have to worry about someone holding it. You don't have to worry about how it gets from A to B. But the process of getting it from A to B is a lot more complex. It's like I was saying earlier on today, wait, no, I don't think I was talking to you lot about this. Okay, so you may or may not know that the Star Wars TV show The Mandalorian was they used Unreal Engine for a lot of their 3D effects and virtual cameras and stuff like that. And as I'm sure you've guessed, The Mandalorian did a bit good. People seem to like that. But what has been fascinating is that, as you know, I'm a BAFTA member, specifically BAFTA Games. And one of the things that's been fascinating is seeing how the film and television side keeps finding new ways to describe this technique without describing the technology behind it or talk about video games. And I do think there's this fascinating avoidance of video games from other mediums. Like, more often than not, when I see the whole thing about The Mandalorian discussed in film and telly circles, it's just that. It's, you know, the tech used on The Mandalorian to be used in this television filming thing. And I'm like, it has a name. It's called the Unreal Engine. It's currently worth, as we found out today, $17 billion. Well, okay, the company that makes it is, but that's another story. Also, this music is doing us a great job of making this whole scene feel very unsettling, dear friends. Hey, this mint julep's great. Just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. So you catch a game last night? Game. The Australian Football League provides everyone the chance to root for their favourite local team, except Tasmanians. I have a feeling that were we sports fans or Aussie rules rugby fans, we would know that very well. But I don't sports at the best of times. I know that Carlton beat Collingwood again, and I done cared. Oath. Just make a polite conversation. You should try sometime. Maybe. Not for you though. You never come here during daylight hours before. What you want? Okay. Juantois, I should have realised that you were part of the dev team from the manner in which you were discussing elements of this game earlier. But as I've been apparently a complete and utter potato, I only just realised. So, Juantoine, firstly, I do want to say this game is absolutely cracking, and I really hope that my lackluster performances and my failure at reading haven't done this game too much of a disservice. I do mean what I said earlier, which is that, like, wow. Speaking, who needs that? I'm just going to communicate with a series of blinks. The aesthetic and style of this game still has me confused as how to describe it, but I'm having a good time. Its core narrative thread feels like a visual novel, and yet there's so much more to it. Oh, so you're enjoying the... High Timer said they're enjoying the critical analysis. That's the jam. Also, the dog is great. But what they were saying earlier was that the way that the camera is moved is entirely using number inputs, no keyframes. Took a long time to get the feel for it. Well, what's interesting is, especially the areas where you can see it a little bit in this scene, but in the scenes where wherever the mouse is at physically changes little parts of like the camera, and that especially in the moving sections, that adds a real grounding to the user, which I think works superbly. Also, Deus Watto, friend. Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Che at some point, but I can wait. I see he's missing. He's planning on sending out a search party. Might do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by telling him to wander in... Oh, excuse me. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by telling him to wander in some train tracks or something. Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs, a sword. What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? I saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country and done a massive time debt you lot are racking up. Fled? Some obligations have a way of following you, no matter where you run to. You can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt, it's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Gee! Your dickhead friend Ned's here! Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but... Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death. So even if you are a distinguished gent, the council's here. Is the Council of Death like a normal city council? Except for wherever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs collecting is right in front of me. This guy? Hey? No. You. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you, Ned. The trash is the man from hell. Because the council picks up trash. That's the joke. Oh, cool. He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. Dot, dot, dot. I'm not from hell. I don't care. Oh, sorry. I don't even care, and to be clear, Ned, in case you weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I get it. You know how long Shay's gonna be? I don't know. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I died like 5 steak knives from her. Didn't even know we had 5 steak knives. Been a bit quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there? Does it matter? Well, your employees are being very rude to me. So if you've heard any of that, I'll keep trying to tell him. My employee? Yes, we have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Quit. Maddie is not one to back away from a challenge, but if she did, it wouldn't be the first. Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Ha! Far from it. There's been a bit of a shake-up in cash management structures since you visited. Yeah. Oh no, don't tell me you gave her the old thing. Alright, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Does anyone else like, mint julep? Because this is great and I'm clearly done. But my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what's the deal with that. Screenshot that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? Oh, I need a drink before I get to all of that. Sure. The usual. Yes, please. Huh, it's coffee time. How come he gets a curly straw? Oh, I'm so sorry there, friends. More water! And again, Juantor, I do apologise if I'm butchering all of this. I don't know what it is about doing like reading style content that just wipes me out. Also, the curly straw looks cool. Now I want a curly straw. Because if I remember correctly, this was in development for at least 3-4 years. So it's got to be interesting to see how everyone's reception has been of this title. I mean, it makes me very happy that we're in a state now, games industry-wise, where titles like this don't have to worry too much about finding their voice, finding their space in the games ecosystem. Of course, I'd be happier if more people saw it. That's just me. Oh. So, Chase, spin me a tale of how and why you added down this cafe to this person. Bacon and beans, what out, friend? This is Necrobarista, a coffee shop in the fancy part of Melbourne, frequented by both the living and the dead. Stay a while and listen. But not to Deckard Cain. That guy's weird. Diablo's coming back. We already beat Diablo. He doesn't have to come back, old man Deckard, alright? Calm down. Sorry. Oh, Bacon and Beans, the music for this game is exceptional. Well, every man's got his place. Can my price be a curly straw too? Buddy, I'll give you 2 if it means you stop complaining about numb lips. Yeah, what did you guys make this with? I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put in like a bunch of gratitude, and chili seeds. It's got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit, if nothing else. Does this have any mint julep in it? At all? It definitely may be lacking mint. And I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep. Mystical. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, it's just the world they live in. Oh, philosophical. You asked for that thing earlier, so I said so. Here you go. Mission complete. Maddie, I am getting very drunk very fast. He does that to you. Yeah, I think you should have a wee lie down. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need to lie down. Kashan, my dude. You absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up one of the boots in the back. It's nice and quiet over there. Like, I'll fight you. No, you won't. I'll help you get me. Bloody hell. That's a bloody hell. Would have been helpful if you told me about this before. Probably, but I'm not too worried about it. Maddie knew what she was getting into this whole calf situation, and it's natural that it might take a while for her to get handed on running the business. Bloody hell. A bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it? Dog's dinner?
Sometimes you have a kitchen mishap that results in food that is only fit for a dog's dinner. Some dogs resent this implication that they're deserving of lesser food, but most of them eagerly lap it up. Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, not worry about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment on this for the moment. I am unfortunately here on official business. Oh, shouldn't have given you a straw then. No, you should not have. It looked quite silly. Do you want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use, It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail the conversation when we look like a fool or anything like that. Straw! No, I'll get you one after you have a wee nap. You can sit the water like a normal person. I've got to put away the dirty dishes then. And it's gone. The sacrifices I make for this job. Oh. Water. Oh yeah, and bacon and beans. We've chatted about it off and on, but this game does a lot of very, very clever things. The way it visually lays itself out, the currency of information between chapters, the art style, and just there's so much to this. Like bacon and beans, I won't be playing through all of this today. But what I can say is that this is absolutely worth your time. It has far more care and concern for us and the way in which we interact this world than a lot of visual novels. I believe I was saying earlier that like there's certain parts of it, especially involving like the controls and how it handles, that remind me a lot of What Remains of Edith Finch, but less gestures in 3D. Oh, Bacon and Bean says, if you're playing all of it, I would need to sleep rather soon. Still have to work out the entire tech tree for my game project. Well, good luck with it. Usually this would be the point where I would say, Bacon and Beans, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. But I don't think I'm in a fit state for that one. When is my flam for flam coming out? Green Fire, why? Sorry, if you're wondering what the bloody hell my flam for flam is. So, it partially comes from people using acronyms with reckless abandon and expecting the other person to know which specific game it is. Like whenever someone's like, oh, I've been playing loads of AC recently, and I'm like, Animal Crossing, Assassin's Creed, Armored Core, Antarctic coat hangers, I don't know. But it also was, I haven't done many in a while, especially since lockdowns kind of started, but I've interviewed a lot of people from a lot of different spheres of kind of like gaming. And sometimes, especially people who work in like the less common fields, they can't talk about a lot of their projects because they're big IP holders. So we came up with Maflam for Flam as a placeholder for like big bombastic IPs, allowing people to talk about the craft of what they did to help support a title or how they did certain elements or biz devery or what have you without breaking NDA, because it's the knowledge that I want to communicate, not like we don't have to say all the super secret stuff about the game, but how it was handled. And I think that's real cool. It's like, hey, you met me for it, so it can't have been all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago! Man, really? Antarctic Curmudgeon Simulator. Longer. Alright, time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-immortal. This old bucket's still got an expiry date on it somewhere down the line. Expiry. Time comes for us all. I kind of want to be able to read those in the happy, perky Giles voice. Hey, what's this about immortality? Hey! Hey, you should buy more plants! Shut it! Sorry, continue. Immortality. Nothing that I'd trust you with, that's for sure. Oh, don't you want to see crotchety old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need an amateur necromancers. Amateur. An amateur can describe someone who's not good enough to turn pro, but it could also mean someone who passionately engages with something just for the pure love of it. Excuse me? Your loss. So, you two heading upstairs. Actually, Ned does in fact have something fairly important to discuss with you. Oh, it's about the debt you... It is in fact about the debt you owe. The council. Yeah, I know. What about it? Oh, this is bad, isn't it? Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours. Shay signed a contract. The hours or the calf? You own the calf, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Where?
I gave it all away, and now has come the day. There's nothing left to give. I waited here so long, I listened for your song, and fell right through what you said. There's nothing left to give. Nothing left to give. There's nothing left to give.
Fucking yes! Yeah, Keezer, it took us on a ride before we got that. Welcome once again to Tiny Robot Theatre! Oh, Bacon and Beans was asking, what do you think about game titles? Would you appreciate more games or media in general would incorporate the classically lengthened titles? What I mean is, instead of calling it Shooty 3 Redemption, call it The Voyage of the Duchess of Brecht, contextually speaking. Well, I mean, taking the thematics of your game into consideration, like, I'm not going to roll the dog out of the chair. I will always vote for longer titles that are easier to remember, rather than trying to go for short, punchy titles that blend into the crowd. Like, I think the Hunt Showdown is one of the worst... Hunt Showdown is one of the worst titles in video games of recent memory. But, you know, what became of Edith Finch? Instantly memorable. Try not to have too many words in there that are phonetic trip mines. But that's my personal belief. I still think, like, memorable and spellable beats punchy. So, like, drunken robot pornography is better than... Oh, I'm trying to think of another terror.
Oh. Drunken robot pornography is better than death smiles. Now, there is a situation where you can do like a punchy short title by using juxtaposition to create something that makes people go, wait, what? Case in point, Necrobarista. Like a mashup of Necromancer and Barista that makes you go, wait, what? Now, it's difficult because spelling-wise it's tricky, but there ain't anything else like it. Hey, Daramaniac. What ho, friends? Well, and Burning Fist, adding like Edith Finch as the... You can just say Edith Finch and you know that game. Oh yeah, and Bacon and Beans. The tunes in this game are fucking cracking. But yeah, so... Bacon and Beans, that's my personal philosophy on naming titles. There is lots of market research and things about what one should name things and how one should name things. I do think the 13, now if you'll forgive the terminology, the 13-year-old shitlord test is very important. That if you tell a 13-year-old shitlord the name of your product and they snort and go, huh, that sounds like... change it. Alright, so Milk Carton's like, that was kind of intense. Did they get that often? By the song and dance thing? Yeah, it's what it was, some kind of like anime street game. Self-reference. Sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme song. Why don't I have my own theme song? Don't be a downer, Paul. No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter. Oh, between Manny and Ned. Yeah. Well, we got chemistry. Ah, the romantic kind. The explosive kind. Can't live in the same room together or they'll kill each other. History. Wow, I cannot maintain any of these voices. Maddie's just a seriously troublesome person from Ned's perspective. One Twilight was saying that the Touchacomas were the director's inspiration for these robots and added the near spin much later. Way cool. I mean, the whimsy of their design allows for kind of like a nice top and tail for more serious moments. Smart. Can't help but think she's putting pranks on him. No, I suppose not. It doesn't make it easy though, neither. I think it's an authority question. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't a famous criminal? Oh, God. Alright, Milk Carton's just all over the place. Wasn't he a famous criminal? Yeah, then lies the irony of the situation. What a strange world we live in. Ah! So, this is where it gets interesting. So, we don't currently know why. As I was saying earlier, I don't know who we are in this. I don't think... If the game's hinted at it, I haven't picked up on it, but I also don't think we've been told. But at the end of each chapter, we're picking words, fragments. And these different fragments are coming together to show... to give us like a resource that we can spend on remembering things. So firstly, copper. Mystical copper. Alright, any other requests? I'm taking mystical copper
So we've got Expiry Tab, Amateur, Space, Storm, Pockets Fled, Quantum Itchy Housemates. Quantum Itchy Housemates! That's my new Scar band. Quantum Itchy Housemates, Quit Urge Resurrection, Bourbon Game, and Stressed. Not to mention the Dog's Dinner. So what do we want, friends? So Dog's Dinner's going in. Amateur and Stressed to me to a T. Well, Keezy, you can have one or t'other. Like any person buying a dress, Asari wants pockets. So we've had dinner. Take Resurrection. Alright, Kisa wants Amateur. Alright, we got one more. Oh, Miyaki Sakura wanted Storm, sorry. Alright, Bacon and Beans, go, sleep well. If there's any quick fire things I can help, the fastest way to get a hold of me is just pop into stream and ask. I'm more than happy to talk through stuff and things. I'd like to say that I can help outside of stream, but right now I'm not useful. Alright, so we got Pocket, Dog's Dinner, Cuppa, Mythical, Amateur, Storm, Resurrection. Dog's Dinner. Oh! Got me again. Pockets. Oh. Ricochet. Cuppa. Food. Oh, we've got a lot of food ones. Mythical. There's more magic. Amateur. Guests. Storm. Melbourne! And Resurrection. Law. Okay. Tal's like, you lie! Useful outside of stream. I mean, not for sensible things, though. Point. Yeah, apparently there's a Go Pirate crossover here with Law. Ooh, we got the upstairs now! Oh, this is pretty. Back when it was still a rarity, there is a wonderful bar in one of the fancier parts of London where you genuinely have to sneak behind a bookshelf to get to the proper bar itself. The upstairs is kind of like a cashed up banker's pub, but to get to the proper bar, you gotta like sneak through a bookshelf. It's fucking cool. Billiards. Okay, so to remember billiards, we'd need Melbourne Death Social. I still want to try and remember the reviews. Delicate Operation. Interesting. So that requires Maddie, Ashley, and food. Death Billiards. Ooh, advisory role. Maddie was washing her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Here to confess something or ask for something, thought Maddie to herself as her hands dried to face the girl. Maddie's inbox. Hey, I'm not looking at my inbox right now. Keep the balance. Unlock. You're overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules Maddie kept posted on the door. This 24-hour rule. You sure you've been enforcing it? Okay. Tap the rules Maddie kept by the door. This 24-hour rule. You should have been enforcing it. I think we know how to run here. I think I think how we run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie.
Actually, it's absolutely my business, said Ned. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules.
So fucking audit me!
Fine, said Ned. Let me check your ledger.
Don't you keep a ledger? Said Maddie.
Maybe you should then, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at the door, mark them down when someone comes in or when someone leaves, and then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed you don't have a system like that in place.
Some people overstay their welcome, some people understay it. Some people overstay their welcome and others understay, said Shay. There's no need to strictly keep track of how many long people stay, right? Just to maintain the balance.
You're right, said Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. Maintain the balance because when you don't, then we have a problem. We're a bit short-staffed and have some...
When are we a bit short-staffed? Do we have someone acting as a full-time doorman? Said Maddie.
Figure it out, said Ned. He tapped the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you quickly mean one day, and they don't pay attention to a specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is.
That will be fine, said Jay, except for the part where you're cutting off people's time people stay.
Trust me, said Ned. Anyone who would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours means it's going to be 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour plus. Take how long to finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit?
I give a shit, said Jay.
You're right, you should give a shit, said Ned. In fact, you should celebrate when you manage to scooch someone out of here under 24 hours, because the balance is upset that you've got it corrected. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Che. Come on, buddy. I don't have to take you from this place away from you. That would be quite the escalation, said Maddie.
Well, you're already a first level escalation, which is a stern talking to, said Ned. Let's try not to escalate it any further.
Che sighed.
Maddie cut him off. We'll change it to 23 years. Ready? Now buzz off.
Wow, really? Said Ned.
Okay then. And while you're writing signs...
Oh, sorry. While you write signs, you should also take that green tea frappuccino off the menu. Fraps should be for coffee, not tea.
Done, said Maddie.
Wait, really? Said Ned. Damn, I didn't realise you were so open to feedback. Also, in that caramel...
We'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him towards the door.
Hold up, said Ned. What are you doing?
I'm removing unwanted guests. I need to practice if we're going to start enforcing these rules around here you care so much about.
Now... Oh, and Greenfire, it feels very Baron Sheep-esque. I will certainly agree with you there. And thank you for the 100 bits, yo. No, right, said Ned as he continued backpedaling to stay upright. Look, could you just...
Bye,
said Maddie as Ned crossed the threshold of the cafe, and Maddie shut the door in his face. She turned around, leaned her back against the door and sighed. Shay raised an eyebrow.
You serious about that rule change?
Yeah, said Maddie.
I'll change the sign and the menu after we close tonight.
Wait, really?
The rule change can just keep him off our back. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take it off anyway, said Maddie. It's the kind of menu that attracts the worst kind of people.
Well, alright, said Jay. Yeah, I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out.
Of course. Wouldn't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with all that extra time anyway?
Okay. Strange.
Poor green tea frat people. They know what they did. They know what they did. So like I said, the thing that I can't tell you, friends, is who are we right now? Like, are we Maddie remembering things? Maddie seems to be a constant, but you know what I mean? I don't know who our adventurers are. God, this place is gorgeous. Hey, big girl. Come hang out again? Aww. River is just curled up under my feeties now. How are you so cute? How are you so cute, River? Zuo, are we at the bar? Hell yeah, we can actually go behind it. The blue lighting at the alcohol end of the bar makes me curious. Like there's a noise we could be following. Oh no, that's just in relation to. Oh yeah, plus there's the quantum door, well the magical door to the kitchen. This whole place is lovely. So it actually builds the tiny robots. Interesting. Like I said, I don't have to look at my inbox. The world can't make me right now. Oh, gorgeous view. So I tell you what, dear friends. Tell you what, we're coming up to the 5-hour mark, and I know we've only spent about 3 hours in this game, but I really hope that you do take my recommendation for this game seriously, because while I have not been full tilt will today, while I've not been able to give this game my every ha-ha, it is so well told. This is absolutely the game to sit and just go through, like, on a rainy Sunday night, or, you know, or a Thursday where it's too hot to sleep. There's more to this than it just being a quirky visual novel with a clever premise. And I say that as someone who experiences a lot of quirky visual novels with strange premises. Yeah, this game is grand. So, I tell you what, friends, I'm gonna roll credits in just a second and thank everybody that's yoked bits and whatnot at my dumb face today. And go from there. If I have a sudden super duper injection of energy later, maybe we'll hang out and make some Gundams. Or maybe I'll just make a Gundam. Haven't decided. But I do think this is a game best experienced yourselves, and I'm gonna say don't snooze on this one. I'm not shocked and surprised that Necrobarista has turned out to be as good as it was, from seeing all the pre-release assets and everything that went out before. But there's a difference between guessing and knowing. There's a difference between honk, and there's always a goose. There's a difference between observing and experiencing. There's a difference between hope and a knowing, and this game is exceptional. Like, honestly, I want to just spend like 2 hours just going through the wee little details on the menu and, you know, the little like elements and aspects of this whole feckin' place. So I might do that after. But friends, I think I've very much hit the wall, and like with other games, I do worry about doing it disservice, so I'm gonna roll credits, and then I will find some lovely Mother Hubbards to crash into. I want to say another thank you again to let me see if I can see, this is one of the things I hate, is when I guess someone's name correctly the first time and then I double guess incorrectly. The lovely individual that's from the development team that worked on this, if you are still here, I want you to please pass on our thanks to the dev team. This game is an absolute banger, and I really hope it sells well, because the team absolutely deserves it. And odds off, I'm happy for your company. It's my job to do the nattering, right? So, I'm not even going to put on special music, because the music for this game's feckin' grand. So yeah.
bloody marvellous day, friends. I'm so glad we got stuck into this. So firstly, I'd like to say thank you to Num Num Fighter for donating cash monies, because it goes on food and keeps our dumbasses alive. As you all know, bits are the biggest factor to keeping this show going, so I want to say a massive thank you to Kimball, Asari Greenfire, J-Post, Wheeler Dealer, and Vanderbeast. Sincerely thank you. Caffeine and Tarlicus were your mods today. Thank you both kindly. Low Beer, Right-O, and Thunderbird Paints were our new followers, so I hope we get to hang out with you lot a whole bunch in the future. And those that resubbed are the recipients of House Carl's Hunts. I'd like to thank Calvin Poe, the Dismuke, Mr. Dom Rox Navalis, Juantois, that was the person I wanted to thank, and Meow Kitty Sakura. Whether it was 22 months or whether it was getting buzzed with a sub by one of House Carl's Hunters, I want to say thank you. But yeah, Juantois, please pass on our compliments and our thanks to the rest of the dev team. This is...
Yay for fun.
Sean, you terror! You can't be throwing in 800 bits after the credits. That is illegal. I will report you to... As soon as I think of who I'm reporting you to. Sean, thank you kindly for the 800 bits. Like, it all comes together, friend, and that is $8 to keeping the literal lights on. So thank you. Okay, I'm leaving this visual up in the smooth jams, but we are going to go find someone cool to crash into.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Greyjoy, not you too. Bloody rebels. Greyjoy, thank you for gifting a sub to Artsoft. That's very kind of you. Even though you did it after the credits! It is foreboding! I wonder if there's anyone else doing Necrobarista. This is the often problem of having far too many cool people all hanging out in one space. An account called We Forgot is streaming it. Let's have a look. Oh no, they are oh wow, okay, no, they are way further ahead than we are. Now, you know what? Let's... Where should we head over to? Let's head over to... Alright, I've got a couple of potentials. Oh no, yeah, so Sean, they are way further than we are, so... You know what, how about a spot of Wargroove? We haven't done that for a while. Yeah. So, most of you have digi-met Jetman J at some point or t'other. So we're going to head on over that way. As... I mean, it's Wargroove. It's got Battle Dogs in. Jetman J is currently playing as a Commander Dag, freeing peoples and being a badass. I'm okay with this. So look, friends, I want to just say thank you again. This game is grand. Please check it out, as it will be absolutely entirely worth it. And I will blep with your lovely selves in the Discord. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Blackout Club. Okie dokie. And I reserve the right to do a cheeky Gundam, an unplanned Gundam stream should the mood arise.
all of you, thank you for a lovely day, alright? And I'll talk to you later. I'm really bad at ending shows. That is my great weakness. I'll see you later.